it's
because before he was like asking for it.
He has
petitioning for it.
Domestic violence convictions, and they don't give you your guns back. It's like one of the few common sense gun rules we do have on the books is if you've been caught beating up your spouse or girlfriend, you're not allowed to have guns because you've demonstrated a pattern of behavior that makes it significantly higher likelihood that you're gonna shoot someone on purpose.
But it's Mel Gibson, and
he appealed to the federal government, and they said, "Hey, you're such a nice guy. We love that Braveheart movie. Here you go," which is something that does not happen.
They got to give it to him because, as we've heard, he is now in charge of the Hollywood.
Oh yeah, whatever happened with that?
Basically, Trump looked at the Expendables movies, and he was like, "Hey, those big tough guys. Things would be a lot better if they were in charge."
Stallone, John Voight, and
Mel Gibson. Stallone, I think, is the only Mel Gibson gets work, but he's the Tulsa King now. He's a little busy.
Yeah.
And final headline: Republican senator floats using violence against journalists who report fake news. And that Republican senator is Markwayne Mullin.
Oh, he's a big MMA guy. He's always threatened to take it outside.
Yeah. Well, hey, take this outside.
What kind of violence is he talking about?
I think that he's probably leaving that open to interpretation.
Well,
intentionally.
And in that case, maybe don't fucking do that.
Yeah, I would say that's a really bad sign.
Yeah, that's
especially for a sitting senator.
I feel like that's worthy of being censured.
Yeah,
but they won't.
Nah. Anyways, we'll be back early next week for some more news, but that was your rundown of everything that we had to talk about today, including some weird headlines. We hope you enjoyed yourselves. Please like the video, please. It's the only way to help this channel out. Like the video, click the join button, leave a comment, talk about anything we spoke about today or what you're up to this weekend. If you are, for some reason, going to be at the AOC Bernie rally in LA, I will be there. I'll also be taking some photos and videos on the old Instagram and BlueSky pages. I'll leave a link down in the description below so you can follow me there. Should be a fun time. I'm really hoping to see Neil Young. What an experience that would be. Shake hands with AOC and Bernie. Probably not going to happen, but a boy can dream.
Yeah.
So follow me there and watch along. In the meantime, we have other videos for you to watch. Of course, we've got, a roller coaster of a week. You can watch the down, you can watch the up, and you can watch wherever the hell we are now, because by the time you're watching this, it's Friday and anything could happen.
Yeah, who knows?
All right, we'll see you next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sometime in January, I started having nightmares about the 20th century Italian dictator Benito Mussolini. And this was the beginning of an unhealthy obsession. The bald head, the jutting chin, the clown-like character that seduced a nation became a fixture of my waking imagination as well as my sleeping one. I started with an old biography, a new biography, his autobiography, and the books that influenced him most. And yeah, spoiler alert, the guy was a real butthole. But I felt like I was still only skimming the surface, and this reading didn't really cure me of my obsession. So seeing as winter in the UK is well shit, I decided to fly to Italy to cure my curiosity with some exposure therapy. Today, the city of Milan is best known as the Italian capital of finance and a world capital in high fashion and high society. Partly as a result, it has entirely escaped an accurate reputation as the birthplace of fascism. Immediately following the First World War, around 24 organizations had sprung up across Italy, made up mostly of disgruntled ex-soldiers. Calling themselves Fasci di Combattimento, the leaders of these groups were invited to this square on the 23rd of March 1919 to form a new political movement. Many who gathered, though, didn't really know why they were here or what this political movement was supposed to stand for. What they did know was that they were angry. They retired to a nearby hall overlooking the Piazza San Sepolcro, where this crowd of ex-soldiers, confused political agitators, and the newspaper man who had invited them founded fascism. The 31-year-old Benito Mussolini was editor of the well-read newspaper The People of Italy. He had previously served as the editor of the socialist newspaper Avanti, back when he was a rising star in the Socialist Party. But he was dramatically ousted from this first editorial role in 1914 when he had publicly opposed the party's anti-war stance, calling for Italy to enter the First World War. When Italy did join the war on the side of France and Britain against the Central Powers, Mussolini joined up too. The country suffered heavy casualties and received little of the spoils that their allies did in post-war treaties. There was a widespread feeling that Italian troops had suffered and died in a war and gotten nothing out of it, strong-armed and humiliated by their more powerful allies. Mussolini found himself humiliated too, wounded by a mortar round during a training exercise. He spent the rest of the war on his back, enduring months of treatment, having 44 shell fragments removed from his body, although historians have theorized that the extent of his injuries were later exaggerated. He returned to his Milanese newspaper filled with rage and a feeling of betrayal that chimed with what a lot of other young men were feeling at the time. According to colleagues, he wrote without research or referring to archive. Whatever he wrote came straight from his deranged dome, and if anyone interrupted him, he'd threaten to shoot them. A threat that had some weight because he was always armed. The little town of Forlì was important to Mussolini. He was sent here as a teenager to attend boarding school after being expelled from his last school for stabbing another boy with a penknife. During his rule, Forlì was given the honor of being named the Leader's City, and his impact on the town can still be seen today. The architecture in the tiny district of New Rome is littered with the dictator's aesthetic obsessions. A devotion to symmetry, repeated military symbols, white marble, macho nudity, and callbacks to the glory days of the Roman Empire. In this war monument, the soldiers of the First World War are depicted like the holy martyrs of antiquity. Mussolini's own war experiences were presented in the same way. His extended hospital stay was spun into a modern version of the Saint Sebastian story, the Christian martyr, Roman soldier, and a human pincushion. The Italian veterans of the First World War were desperate to feel like they hadn't fought and died for nothing. Mussolini related to this and in many ways embodied this feeling. But more importantly, he understood that pain and humiliation could be translated into holy struggle and righteous violence. But Mussolini wasn't the only one who understood that there was beauty in blood. In 1914, Itala Films released the silent Roman epic Cabiria. It's a film that nearly no one today has heard of, but we are all living in the world it inspired. It was the first feature film to be shown at the White House, and its high-budget, large-scale set pieces were the inspiration for iconic silent films that followed. The epic also features the debut of cinema's first reoccurring character, Matista, an Italian version of Hercules, who would appear in dozens of films afterwards and inspire clones of his own. Shirtless, bald, and always folding his arms in macho poses, it's easy to see he inspired more than just other macho movie stars. But this is just a footnote compared to the film's most significant contribution to history. Cabiria features the first recorded use of the Roman salute. There is no evidence that this gesture was ever used by actual ancient Romans and was likely an invention of 19th century stage productions. The film's writer, Gabriele D'Annunzio, may have been responsible for its addition, and was definitely responsible for its leak into real life. Less than a year after the foundations of fascism were set, General Gabriele D'Annunzio led 2,000 men to invade and occupy Fiume. The liberal Italian government's failure to secure the city as Italian territory post-war was a terrible source of humiliation for veterans and patriots. D'Annunzio was sort of their most famous leader, so using his fame as a celebrated poet and daring aviator as well as general, he led an illegal invasion of the city on Italy's behalf and without its consent. They held the city for 15 months, renaming the territory the Regency of Carnero. The many Italian nationals living in Fiume called D'Annunzio their Duce, which is Italian for leader, and celebrated his arrival. What followed was a radical experiment in what a state could be in the 20th century. D'Annunzio treated the city like a personal playground. He delivered regular balcony speeches from the governor's palace, where he mixed the language of art, religion, politics, and military expansion. Inside the palace, he conducted decadent Roman feasts where alcohol, food, and cocaine were consumed in absurd quantity. Out on the streets of the city, public life was dominated by military pomp and parades, uniting the faithful and intimidating any local opposition. And the Roman salute, ripped straight from his own historical fiction, became a real greeting in the makeshift kingdom. At the time, it might have just seemed like a madman run amok, but the Fiume affair became a blueprint, not just for Mussolini, but for every dictator that followed him. D'Annunzio's experiment ended in the bloody Christmas of 1920, when the Italian army expelled D'Annunzio and his few remaining troops. The faithful were cut down by an Italian military blockade, and those that fought till the bitter end were killed in brutal urban combat, while their Duce was nowhere to be seen, having fled the city in disgrace. When Mussolini came to power, he kept D'Annunzio around, allowing him to live in isolated luxury and visiting him in highly publicized newsreels, later saying that D'Annunzio was like a bad tooth. Either you pull it out or cover it with gold. Evidently, he settled on the latter. By 1921, the fascist party had grown from a ragtag group of disgruntled soldiers to a legitimate political party with representatives in Italian parliament. Mussolini was among them, observing the dysfunctional dithering of a democracy in decay. The government's failure to prevent the Fiume occupation and their inability to resolve nationwide strikes had made them incredibly unpopular. It seemed like a new faceless prime minister was elected every couple of years, and the government was run by a small cabal of city-dwelling elites who were old, ineffectual, and out of touch. And this is the environment where fascism thrives, when democracy fails to live up to its promises of representation. Mussolini's supporters, in contrast, were young and highly visible, conducting large-scale rallies in provincial town squares. They weren't locked away in some inner sanctum, dithering in useless and interminable debate. They were out on the streets, taking the fight literally to Italy's internal enemies. At least that's how people saw it. As an elected official, Mussolini achieved basically nothing. mostly because he was leading a paramilitary organization in a small-scale civil war. The black shirts marched through cities and rural towns, intimidating onlookers and attacking their political opponents. They assaulted and often publicly executed striking workers. This won them support from landowners and industrialists, but also the rural poor, who were tired of the endless strikes and labor disputes. Once again, this made the government that had failed to resolve these strikes look weak and ineffectual in comparison. Using his newspaper, Mussolini would advertise the dates and locations of his speeches. In 1921 alone, he gave hundreds of speeches across the country, especially in Po Valley, where fascist enthusiasm was already reaching hysteria. The black shirts attended in great number, rehearsed in the chants that made the speeches feel like a dialogue between leader and audience. He routinely had ununiformed plants in the crowd who would get people to join in with the chants and make them feel organic. Among Mussolini's new supporters was Achille Starace, who could be described as the perfect fascist, utterly enthralled by Mussolini and overly attached to the uniform and the power that came with it. He would work alongside Mussolini for the next 20 years. A fascist march to take the Italian capital by force was a feature of Mussolini's speeches long before it actually happened. He spoke about it in Parliament and out on the streets in front of his cheering, uniformed followers. Initially, he sort of referred to the march as something that might only be theoretical or a metaphor, making references to Julius Caesar crossing the Rubicon. By October 1922, though, it became pretty obvious that plans for a march on Rome were all too real. Thousands of black shirts had gathered in the southern city of Naples and were slowly starting to make their way to Rome. They were mostly unarmed and undisciplined. This wasn't some grand military exercise, it was a mob set on storming the capital. The sitting Prime Minister, Luigi Facta, was ready to use the army to suppress the fascists and finally get rid of the man gunning for his job. But the King of Italy, Victor Emmanuel III, refused to sanction a military response, worried that authorizing one would turn this small-scale civil war into a full-blown one. Once it became clear, though, that the government was not going to suppress the march, it was transformed into a victory parade. The fascist mob marched closer to Rome in celebration. But Mussolini wasn't among them. He didn't lead the black shirts on horseback or storm the city gates. He was still hanging about in his newspaper headquarters in Milan. He arrived by train, only showing his face once his safety and his elevation to the office of Prime Minister were assured in writing by the king. Most of his supporters arrived the following day, reaching the capital on specially arranged trains by Mussolini. The march that actually occurred in Rome was a pre-arranged victory parade, little more than a pageant. In later propaganda, the March on Rome was celebrated as a grand revolution. The fascist dead were remembered with solemn parades, and Mussolini would appear in them, on horseback, in a conscious reenactment of a revolution that never really happened. As a tourist, the best thing about Rome is how the city's ancient ruins stand comfortably alongside the modern. What's less comfortable is that we have Benito Mussolini to thank for it.
Hardpoint active. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Everyone who visits Rome probably walks along this street, gawking at the pristinely preserved ruins of the ancient Roman forums on either side of it. But most will be unaware that Mussolini demanded its construction. Even less will know that the road was hastily built, necessitating the demolition of 40,000 square meters of densely populated city and the relocation of almost 5,000 residents. The road was completed in 1932, bridging the ruins of the Colosseum with Mussolini's headquarters and the balcony where he gave his speeches. He could now see the Colosseum from his window. He chose the opulent globe room of the Palazzo Venezia as his headquarters, placing an oversized and often cluttered desk right next to its gigantic fireplace, forcing visitors to walk the length of the massive room before they could reach him. Obviously, this was intentional. For Mussolini, everything was stagecraft. The regime kept the lights of his office on all through the night, adding weight to the well-publicized myth that he never slept. The museum that now occupies the building would prefer visitors to focus on its history as a residence for old popes, but the mosaics underfoot give the game away, with the fascist floor plan kept very much intact. The fasces is the symbol from which fascism gets its name. It's the ancient Roman name for a bundle of sticks bound together with leather straps, often including an axe. It was a symbol of power, used by various governments throughout the 19th century as an ancient Roman callback. The statue of Abraham Lincoln is resting his arms on a pair of them, without axes, at his memorial, unveiled the same year Mussolini came to power. But Il Duce's adoption of the symbol as fascism's main logo spoiled the fun for everyone else. Unlike Germany's most infamous doodle, you'll still find these things hidden in plain sight across Rome. One of the city's best preserved landmarks is held up with fascist brickwork, still sporting the logo to this day. Its connection to ancient history is probably what has allowed it to survive so long, which was all in line with Mussolini's intentions, connecting himself to history in order to strengthen his legitimacy and ensure his immortality. Self-help books were bestsellers in Italy around this time. They were written in response to people's uncertainty about their role in an increasingly mechanized and image-focused world. Imagine that. And it wasn't enough to tend the same field that your daddy had or work in the same factory. Men were expected to become unique individuals to have worth in society. These books were filled with advice on how to become a more dynamic person and stand out from the crowd. And yet, this was also the time where crowds and cults were empowered more than ever before. Mussolini walked into a time where these two sort of polar opposite cultural forces converged in a way that benefited him immensely. He was a unique character that people wanted to be like, but also an aberrant freak in both appearance and demeanor who provoked curiosity, fear, and devotion in equal measure. His first official biography, this one, became a bestseller in 1925. Written by Margareta Safati, a Jewish journalist, art critic, and long-term mistress of Benito Mussolini. As propaganda goes, it's pretty well written, even as it fawns over her boyfriend as a heroic self-made man from page to page. It emphasizes his humble origins as a blacksmith's son and then follows his Machiavellian rise to power, but, it sees that as a positive thing, as a cool thing. It is the story of a badly behaved schoolboy transforming himself into a mythic hero. Written to be relatable and empowering, it mimics the self-help books that it was sold alongside. The success also kept Margherita in Mussolini's inner circle for another decade, later earning her the ironic and insulting title of the Jewish mother of fascism. During his first few years in office, Mussolini kept up the facade of democracy, but was always working to dismantle it. He defined parliamentary debate as decadent, calling it boring masturbation. He bypassed the Chamber of Deputies and the judiciary by passing legislation directly through decree. And he kind of made this all seem democratic, arguing that the state had become so unwieldy and unaccountable that it no longer served the people. His speeches were delivered directly to the gathered masses, serving as an alternative performance of democracy. When he spoke, he did so in sentences that often seemed completely disconnected from one another, delivered in varying tones and in staccato bursts, until they reached a crescendo of violent and infectious emotion that the crowds were just sort of swept up in. His speeches appeared improvised, even when they were rigorously rehearsed. He made crude jokes, insulted his opponents, and gave the crowd ample opportunity to respond. He told them that Italy was in a perpetual state of revolution. Despite being in charge, he painted himself as the underdog, fighting against the state's internal and larger foreign enemies, scapegoats for the crowds to rally against, aligning himself with the common man. A Mussolini speech was part sermon, part stand-up, and part mass hypnosis. Watching them with modern eyes, the preening poses and pantomime arm movements might seem cartoonish, but there is a subtle difference between caricature and icons. In the era of silent movies and crappy audio amplification, these exaggerated gestures didn't seem so absurd. In fact, they were the motions of a master conductor. He played the crowd like an orchestra, who through repeated attendance and exposure to his speeches in newsreels knew which chants corresponded to which movement. To many in Italy, this felt more democratic than the boring, private masturbation of parliamentary debate. Mussolini involving the crowd in the process, but really, they were just puppets in a performance.
And I see and recognize among you sons of your land as well as ours, my fellow citizens, who are working to make America great.
In 1924, Fascist Italy held its first and only multi-party election, a final staging of democracy before it was abandoned altogether. Black shirts attacked opposition candidates and threatened citizens at voting stations. One opposition MP was brave enough to resist. Giacomo Matteotti stood against Mussolini, openly denouncing the election as fraudulent in a powerful speech to Parliament. 2 months later, his hastily buried body was found in the woods outside Rome. This sparked a major political crisis. Many convinced themselves that this scandal would finally unseat Mussolini and prevent him from consolidating power. Opposition MPs stormed out of Parliament, confident that this show of force would provoke the king to finally remove their tyrannical prime minister. In reality, this performative walkout only empowered Mussolini further, giving him full control over all legislative decisions. Fascist newspapers blamed the opposition for causing instability and told readers that only Mussolini could restore order. By 1926, all non-fascist parties had been banned. Leaders, or those who had resisted, were imprisoned, exiled, or forced into hiding. He declared himself Il Duce. In official acts, this title had to be written in capital letters. The state was the party, and the party answered to him. If people were still uncertain about what fascism actually stood for, now they knew. It was absolute monarchy reborn. Historically, dictators were able to control a nation's narrative by dominating headlines, discourse, and media channels. But modern propaganda is a lot more advanced than it was in Mussolini's day. Today, they can use social media channels, 24-hour news cycles, and bots to influence opinions. And that's why I use Ground News. It gives you a bird's-eye view of all the Now that they were in a position of supreme power, the fascist party set upon a series of reforms to transform Italian society in its own image. From his high position of National Party inspector, Achilles Thrace obsessively pushed petty rituals and bizarre customs to become a part of public life. He started in the schools, instituting a Roman salute to the war dead at the beginning of lessons. These children were raised in Thrace's world, where foreign words were frowned upon, where salutes replaced handshakes, and uniforms were inspected with obsessive rigor. Later on, Thrace even insisted that loyal fascists should adopt a specific kind of walk, a rigid stride that should be adopted in daily life, not just during parades. Discipline and respect for the regime were now at the center of this new Italian life, but it was secretly detested. Mussolini was widely popular. The enforcement of these rituals conflicted with the easygoing Italian lifestyle that most people led. But fascism attracted and empowered others like Thrace, men who believed in nothing but the submission to hierarchical power. It was men like this who made up Italy's secret police, who monitored society from the shadows, spying on anyone suspected of anti-fascist activities and maintaining fascist rituals through fear and intimidation. Bologna is my favorite city in Italy. Known as the food capital of the country for good cause, it's also famous for its terracotta-tinted streets and vibrant medieval history. The city was a center of education, art, and political freedom, among the first on Earth to abolish serfdom in 1256. Since then, Bologna has been ruled by kings, popes, lords, emperors, some nobles, a few presidents, and a duce. But Mussolini's rule nearly came to an early end on Bologna's streets, the last of several assassination attempts that he miraculously and unfortunately survived. Solidifying himself as dictator came with consequences, as those who opposed him now saw violence as the only solution. On November 4th, 1925, he survived an attempt in Rome, when a former Socialist Party member attempted to shoot him from a hotel window. Less than a year later, a wealthy and mentally unstable Irish woman successfully shot Mussolini in the face, but the bullet only grazed his nose, providing the regime with a perfect piece of propaganda. The sight of Mussolini's face, bandaged up and calmly smiling, cemented him as a man of providence. 5 months after the second attempt on his life, a bomb was thrown under his car but failed to detonate, cementing the notion that his survival was divinely ordained, given special significance with how public the spectacle was. And this was outdone by a fourth and final failed attempt. When visiting Bologna, Mussolini was fired on during a parade as he was making his way to the main square to give a well-attended speech. The mob believed they had found the culprit minutes after the shot was taken. The apparent assassin? A 15-year-old boy named Matteo Zamboni, who was overpowered and lynched on the spot. The evidence that Zamboni was indeed guilty was spare and contradictory, but on the day, the crowd didn't care. They'd celebrated the killing as divine democratic justice, ordained by the man they had gathered to worship. The man who had taken power by force, who had abolished the free press and the right to vote. Modern democracy isn't as old or stable as we like to think. Universal suffrage in the UK isn't even 100 years old. Compared to Imperial Rome or the eunuch-run bureaucracies that kept Chinese dynasties standing, the political system most of us live under is basically a teenager. The Soviet Union couldn't clear a century. The so-called 1,000-year Reich ended up lasting 12. Meanwhile, the market streets of Bologna date back to before the 11th century and have been in continuous use ever since. Anyone alive today has already acquired crowd immunity to the power of images. Bombarded with ads, art, and propaganda, they are an unconscious part of our everyday life. And even now, they can have a terminal effect. So imagine what it was like for the average Italian in the 1920s when the mass production of images began. They were born during the golden age of postcards, which for the first time gave even the poorest citizen the ability to display mass-produced images in their home. The Fascist Party flooded this market with pictures of Mussolini in different poses, situations, and outfits, frequently depicted driving automobiles and piloting aircrafts, associating him with the most exciting technology of the day. Cinemas were opening for the first time across the country, and every showing was preceded by newsreels with Mussolini depicted as the country's leading man. Items that he had used or touched were sold like they were holy relics. His face was printed on everything from bars of soap to swimsuits. The way the regime repeated his image in posters didn't just inspire other dictators, but modern advertisement and avant-garde art that came decades later. He was the first person with the technological opportunity and shameless will to turn himself into a national meme. But most of these images weren't designed to last. The postcards rotted, the newsreels were out of date in a week, and the posters peeled off in the rain. So as he aged, Mussolini became obsessed with permanence and cementing his place in history. This giant marble erection is the Mussolini obelisk, constructed in 1932 to mark the 10th anniversary of fascist rule. Obelisks were a feature of the ancient Roman cityscape, many of which were stolen from ancient Egypt. And despite their pagan origins, Rome's leading pope still kept them standing, repurposing them to commemorate their own glory. Despite its own unsavory origins, Mussolini's monument to his own manhood remains standing too, with the dictator's name and title preserved, greeting each visitor on their way to Rome's most popular sports stadium. It was, and I think still is, the largest block of unbroken marble ever extracted from the Alpuan Alps, and then perilously transported via ox and boat to the Italian capital. The journey itself was a propaganda parade. And the parade goes on in a kind of fossilized form today, as all visitors heading to the Stadio Olimpico will march from the obelisk over these Mussolini-themed mosaics. His name, title, and initial are capitalized and repeated under your feet, and some are even being restored after years of foot traffic. The EU art district was meant to be Mussolini's masterpiece. Today, it hosts the headquarters of a few minor government departments and luxury fashion brands. It sits a few miles south of where most tourists ever venture, and on wet weekends is virtually deserted. It was originally built as the site of the 1942 World's Fair, doubling as a celebration of 20 years of fascist rule. But after the outbreak of World War II, the fair was scrapped, and Mussolini was deposed by his own Grand Council 1 year after it was supposed to occur. Today, the district feels like a ghost town, populated by the spirits of a Roman past that never was and a fascist future that never came to be. For me, though, it's a much more interesting place to visit compared to the overcrowded Colosseum or the spiritually vacant Vatican, sapped of all its supposed grandeur by the clatter of shuffling feet and telescopic selfie sticks. But I digress. The EUR district is more than just a window into Italy's fascist past, it is also an insight into its fascist present. Rows of posters have been plastered on walls, set up by a neo-fascist student association that operates out of high schools and universities. As I travelled around Italy, their logo followed me too, but it was losing the battle for wall space against far-left graffiti and whoever this guy is. Italy is covered in graffiti, Rome especially, and much of it is political, and nearly all of it sucks. It plagued cities in Mussolini's day too. Sentences from his speeches were reproduced on walls of the city he ruled. Political slogans and logos fought for space on any brickwork that wasn't ancient enough to demand historical reverence, and so it goes today. When resistance to the regime began in the early 1940s, the first visible defiance that many citizens saw was on the walls. At a time when the secret police would arrest anyone who dared to print anything that was critical of the government, graffiti was one of the safest ways to be heard. Suddenly, these flashy propaganda posters that had worked so well for decades looked forced and inauthentic compared to the scribbles of ordinary people who were risking their lives to leave them. The legacy of fascism, though, was harder to erase than spray paint. When Mussolini was deposed, there were tens of thousands of Romans who had worked for the regime who took no part in the resistance. They didn't want to completely tear down the history they were instrumental in building, and that's part of the reason why you'll still see things like this, hiding behind the scaffolding, a statue still sporting the Roman salute in plain sight. And just around the corner from that is one of the only remaining images of Benito Mussolini in modern Italy, sitting on his horse, surrounded by soldiers in a military victory that never happened. Modern Italy's relationship with its former leader is complex and is currently in a state of flux. When she was younger, the current Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni expressed admiration for Mussolini,
Distancing herself from these views when she entered mainstream politics,
but there is no denying that her policies and style of speech betray a direct influence.
Io sono Giorgia! Sono una donna! Sono una madre! Sono italiana! Sono cristiana! Non me lo toglierete!
Fully fledged neo-fascist organizations might be in a small minority, but membership has been swelling in recent years. Still, they are mostly a mix of angry, nostalgic old men and rebellious students who are more interested in offending people than actually seeking political office. Maybe one reason for this resurgence is simply because of what remains standing. Statues stick around for a lot longer than the people who suffered during their construction. The March on Rome happened over 100 years ago. The rubble's been swept away. The bodies have been buried, but the best of the era's architecture remains standing in a city that proudly preserves its past.
faccio, eppur è tuoco, forzati, va, sei tu forza
Predapio is a small rural town in eastern Italy, home to just over 6,000 people, most of whom are old and unassuming. The place has a frankly menacing aura, mostly because its only claim to fame is being the hometown and final resting place of Benito Mussolini. Today, his childhood home is a minor tourist attraction. It was once an anonymous building on an anonymous hill, but in the 1930s, Mussolini commissioned the construction of this crown-like structure to serve as the new town square, positioning his birthplace as Predapio's sacred central jewel, burdening the quiet town with a legacy that it has never escaped. The imposing fascist party headquarters in the tiny town has been abandoned since the early 1940s. I tried to find a way in, but every possible entrance was locked or had rusted over decades ago. Its outer walls are covered in faded neo-fascist graffiti, left behind by Predapio's most enthusiastic tourists. Pilgrims mostly make their way here on Mussolini's birthday or for the March on Rome's anniversary. Enough of these guys make their way to Predapio throughout the year to maintain a market for Mussolini-themed mugs, wine, dress watches, socks, and, troublingly, truncheons. Displayed proudly in shop fronts are enough tacky pieces of Mussolini merch to boggle the mind. Basically, Predapio is a forgotten fascist theme park, and I was visiting in its off-season. During the peak of his power, Predapio was visited by legions of loyal fascists, who came to pay their respect at his home and to the elaborate tomb housing the bodies of his parents. This rally occurred in 1937, and you can see his followers turned his birthplace into Bethlehem. Mussolini had just made good on his promise of imperial expansion, a promise that he'd been exciting crowds with since before he was even leader. Italy's invasion of Ethiopia then was a long time coming. It was a country that Italy had failed to invade in 1895, which was a bitter source of national shame. So Mussolini spent the early 1930s building up Italy's military and modernizing it at great cost. The invasion itself was short and marred by war crimes. Ethiopia's emperor fled, and the country surrendered, with casualties in the hundreds of thousands. Also, Italy could finally compete with other European nations as a real imperial power.
No medals for second place.
But Italy's army suffered too, with some expensive, embarrassing equipment losses to boot.
When the Italian crew open their manholes for air, the Ethiopians, hiding in ambush, shoot them down. In this country, the heat inside a tank is sometimes nearly 200 degrees Fahrenheit.
The invasion of Ethiopia was in many ways just another grand propaganda campaign, providing the newsreels with footage of charging Italian cavalries and Italian fighter planes overhead. But it emptied the government's purse and gutted its ability to wage war against a major power. For Mussolini, image was everything. Often the performance of power was more important than power itself. But keeping Ethiopia under Italian rule came at even greater cost. The occupation required an enormous garrison of troops to stay put in Africa. Keeping them fed and supplied over a long distance stretched Italian supply lines to breaking point. So when the Ethiopians resisted their occupation, it led to brutal, disorganized crackdowns, mass executions, and the establishment of concentration camps. Britain and France publicly condemned the invasion, citing the use of mustard gas on civilians as barbaric.
CIA's a bunch of proud bastards. They won't forget this.
In reaction, Mussolini ordered Achille Starace to produce endless reels of anti-French propaganda, but alienating Italy from the rest of the world forced Mussolini to develop closer ties with Germany's new leader, a man who, on first impression, Mussolini thought was a total psychopath.
As the German Chancellor steps from the machine, he is greeted by Signor Mussolini. This is the first occasion on which these two famous dictators have met. Each holds in his hand the destiny of a great nation, and the whole world looks with eager interest on this meeting. For any momentous decision made by either of these men must affect the whole of Europe, if not the world.
Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini first met in Venice in 1934, and Hitler was immediately in awe of the man he had respected so much from afar. Mussolini was less impressed. He had long resented Hitler's theft of the Roman salute and the other obvious ways that he sought to emulate him. Together, they were greeted by legions of loyal Mussolini followers and military displays which impressed the German leader greatly. But their private meeting only confirmed Mussolini's irritation. The palace where they met was plagued with mosquitoes that day, and Hitler spoke extremely quickly and without pause, jumping from topic to topic in a language that Mussolini only had a passing knowledge of. In private conversations later on, Mussolini told associates that the Führer had all the mannerisms of a sexual degenerate. A bit rich, coming from a guy that apparently had up to 4 sexual encounters a day with different women. Women who claimed to be among Mussolini's mistresses confirmed that these were time-constrained affairs. I mean, he had a country to run. So Mussolini would satisfy himself in less than a minute, remaining clothed, only taking his obelisk out. By the time Mussolini visited Munich in 1937, he had been completely eclipsed by his former fanboy. His journey to Munich was a meticulously orchestrated state visit, designed to impress the founder of fascism by his own standards. Hitler's audiences weren't just adoring, they were captivated and loyal to the point of madness. Hitler's use of charged symbolism had reached the levels of religious worship. His troops were more disciplined, the technology far more advanced. This was fascism, but on a true industrial scale. The trip humbled Mussolini. He was aging, his health was ailing, now alienated from Western Europe with an economy and military capacity weakened by his Ethiopian campaign. From a tactical perspective, he had no choice but to fall in line with this new, stronger leader. In public, he now completely abandoned any initial irritation he had with the Führer. Ultimately, the founder of fascism himself was susceptible to the same spell that he put his country under. Confronted with the discipline, fanaticism, and efficient war machine of Nazi Germany, Mussolini went from Il Duce to the Führer's lapdog. In 1938, just before the outbreak of World War II, Mussolini instituted anti-Jewish racial laws in Italy at Hitler's insistence, forcing his former mistress and biographer to flee the country she'd helped create, leaving her sister and brother-in-law behind, who were deported to Auschwitz and executed. Milan Central Station is, without argument, the greatest architectural masterpiece of the fascist era. But its greatest shame also occurred beneath its vaulted ceilings. Hidden away on the far side of Platform 21, you'll find one of the only surviving images of Mussolini in Milan, depicted here in another scene that never happened. You'll notice, though, that his eyes have been removed, rumored to have been shot away by partisans when they finally liberated the city from fascist rule. On hidden platforms beneath the surface of the train station, thousands of Italian citizens were loaded onto trains and transported to Nazi death camps outside the country, all under the watchful eyes of their leader.
Dell'impero e del regno da Maria. Ascoltate la dichiarazione di guerra è già stata consegnata agli
Mussolini's declaration of war was as tactical and well judged as Italy's entire World War II campaign, which is to say, it was crap. In his usual theatrical style, he declared war on Britain and France, just as France was already collapsing under the German invasion.
La tua tenacia! Il tuo coraggio! Il tuo valore!
After commissioning years of anti-French propaganda, Mussolini couldn't pass up the opportunity of putting France to heel. Hitler, though, was furious and confused. He knew just how poorly prepared Italy was to enter the war. But also, he didn't understand why Mussolini would publicly declare war before invading. He ended up paying the price for these theatrics. Italian troops encountered a prepared resistance in terrible weather conditions and lost thousands of men in just 5 days. Their lives were exchanged for the symbolic occupation of Menton, a French Riviera resort town of little to no strategic value. The only prize it offered was footage for the propaganda reels, with its abandoned casinos and the capture of its scenic coastline serving as proof of Italy's meager but costly triumph. The Italian military didn't fare any better as the war went on, serving more as a liability to the Axis forces than a competent ally. The Italian invasion of Greece was a disaster. Mussolini launched the invasion without informing Hitler. Learning his lesson from the last time, he didn't announce it to anyone else either. He believed it would be an easy victory, independent of German assistance. On arrival, though, they encountered a well-trained and more than motivated resistance.
The Greeks advanced to harass the Italians in their precarious positions. At the eastern end of the line, the frozen skeletons of Italian aircraft litter the countryside, tributes to the gallant Greek Air Force and our own brave flyers. As in Libya, so in Albania, stores and equipment in huge quantities are left behind in the Great Retreat.
The Greeks easily outmaneuvered Italy and pushed them back into occupied Albania.
In the wild and rugged country of southern Albania, the Greeks are still pushing steadily forward after the retreating Italians. Ancient stone bridges destroyed by the fleeing Wops are replaced by wooden structures by Greek engineers,
forcing Hitler to delay his invasion of the Soviet Union and bail out the Italians instead. Many World War II historians point to this moment as maybe the turning point in the whole war. Had Germany invaded the Soviet Union sooner, they may have avoided the bitter Russian winter that halted the Nazi war machine in its tracks. The images all over Italy depicting Mussolini as a conquering hero now looked unintentionally ironic. The shameless proliferation of his own face was now actively working against him. Who was responsible for Italy's military failure? There was an answer on every street corner.
On the left of the screen has struck the center tank. It spins around, disabled.
Italy's campaign in North Africa went just as poorly. Incompetent and increasingly unwilling Italian generals floundered against better-equipped British forces.
There it goes.
Italy advanced into Egypt without securing supply lines, allowing the faster, more mechanized British army to capture Italian troops with little effort. When the Germans arrived to bail Italy out again, it was even more humiliating. From this point forward, Italian troops were largely under German command, where they were seen for the liability that they were. When word got back from the Eastern Front, the Italian people learned that their troops were being treated like expendable inferiors by Hitler's forces. The war had brought them no pride or glory. All Mussolini had done was turn their sons into slaves and cannon fodder in the service of a foreign army. His days were numbered.
Secure the objectives. Securing Zone A.
Mussolini was also distracted by his own rapidly deteriorating health. The stomach pains that had plagued him since his time in the army increased in both frequency and severity. He attempted to hide this from his lackeys, but between meetings he would writhe on his office floor in agony. As the war went on, he avoided public appearances, and when he did appear, his speeches were sapped of the vitality that once characterized them. How could he pretend to be Italy's supreme leader when he was so clearly under the Führer's thumb? How could he pretend to be a man of providence ordained by God when Italy's war efforts had all been calamitous failures? And how could he keep the strong man act up when his body was so clearly failing him? With Allied bombing raids reducing sacred parts of the Italian capital to rubble, the writing was on the wall. Italy no longer had any appetite for war, and high-ranking fascist officials agreed. Members of the Grand Council, led by his foreign minister and his own son-in-law, conspired to depose him, while military figures simultaneously held talks with the king to have him officially dismissed. These plots culminated in a long recrimination session in the Grand Council, where Mussolini was confronted by the plotters. He endured their speeches, mostly in silence, trying to hide obvious signs of stomach pain. Once his former lackeys had said their piece, he was taken away secretly in an ambulance and imprisoned, moved between several secret locations over the course of about 2 months. By all accounts, his jailers treated him quite well. He was described as calm and accommodating, seemingly at peace with his downfall, wondering aloud to anyone who'd listen about how history would eventually redeem his overall legacy. And history, or at least Italian history, probably would remember him more charitably if it weren't for what happened next.
Enemy UAV inbound. Losing Bravo.
Italy does 3 things better than any country on Earth: coffee, hand gestures, and graveyards. Catholic guilt has inspired some of the world's best art and architecture, and it has also apparently moved the entire Italian population to house their formerly alive family members in fabulous style. Italian graveyards are enormous and unnerving, as they're the only ones I've been to where the dead stare back at you. But on the outskirts of Prodapio, you'll find an especially disturbing boneyard, as everyone here is buried according to the symmetrical vision of its most famous corpse.
Losing Bravo.
The remains of Benito Mussolini are an inconvenient hike from Prodapio's town centre, but they are still probably the town's best tourist attraction. His crypt was recently renovated and reopened to the public, where it has attracted the usual crowd of Mussolini fanboys, who crowd the cemetery on his birthday, queuing up to show their respects with a salute. On any other day, though, you can descend the stairs by yourself and enjoy the spooky scenery without having to endure the stench of still living fascists. Well, not quite, as the crypt is guarded by a single neo-fascist volunteer at all times, who watched me and my camera like a hawk. The only way I could have gotten a colder reception is if I'd shown up with a shovel and a sex toy. The crypt itself is cramped with Mussolinis, with his parents, siblings, and a few children kept in opposing corners. But as in life, Benito himself takes center stage, draped in the Italian flag and watched over by his own marble head. Trekking across the Italian countryside to stand before the body of Italy's most infamous citizen was a surreal experience, but his own journey to get here was even stranger.
The Allied invasion of the Italian mainland commenced. It was to prove the shortest invasion in history. For on that same day came the Italian capitulation and acceptance of the Casablanca terms of surrender.
As soon as the Italian government officially defected to the side of the Allies, German forces quickly occupied strategic areas in the country's north, forcing the king and the new prime minister to flee south, effectively cutting the country in two. Mussolini, though, was still nowhere to be found, but with the help of some spies and a few bribes, the Führer's forces found him. On On September 12, 1943, a crack team of German commandos conducted a glider assault on a remote hotel located on the tallest mountain in central Italy. They immediately overwhelmed the 200 Italian guards and secured their valuable prisoner. Mussolini was photographed upon his rescue, or kidnapping, depending on how you see it, and he was then transported into one of the overloaded gliders, and after 2 days of travel, met Adolf Hitler at his Eastern Front headquarters.
Hitler's boyfriend, the deflated Mussolini, was carted off to Germany by plane following his rescue by Nazi paratroops.
At this time, Hitler was already effectively losing the war. And he was also in the throes of a pretty gnarly methamphetamine addiction, thanks to his doctor, who was just loading him up with the stuff. Crazy times. Great book, List, if you ever get a chance to read it. Anyway, yeah, Hitler's mental faculties were probably shot at this point, so his decision to reinstate the Duce in a new North Italian Nazi puppet state, maybe you could blame that on the meth. The Italian Social Republic was a joke, window dressing for the German occupation. The Allies supported the southern kingdom of Italy, which eventually absorbed Rome and the shambolic remnants of the government Mussolini left behind. The hardcore fascists migrated north, taking their place alongside the man they still worship. Achille Starace was among them, but was so wildly unpopular as the face of fascist propaganda that he was forced to keep a low profile in Milan. Mussolini's son-in-law, who had been instrumental in the plot to overthrow him, tried to flee to Spain, but was captured and taken into fascist custody. At Hitler's insistence, Mussolini had him executed by firing squad, alongside several other high-ranking traitors who had served alongside him for decades.
Cadono Marinelli, Gottardi, Pareschi, De Bono, Ciano.
This alienated him from his daughter, who had begged for her husband's life, and sent Mussolini into a deep depression. He later recounted that upon hearing the shots being fired, he felt like he'd died himself. With the Germans in charge and his health in stark decline, Mussolini had little else to do other than ponder his place in history. This did give him enough time, though, to write a follow-up to his highly successful autobiography. In a series of articles that became a single volume, he charts his own downfall, something that most dictators don't get a chance to do. And as a result, it's a weird read, full of delusional self-aggrandizement, but also a barely concealed sense of doom. He saves his most bitter recriminations for the king and the various traitors who orchestrated his downfall. But he also blames the Italian people themselves for not sticking with fascism when the going got tough. He writes that history will vindicate him and that a return to power was possible. But in private, he knew he was a dead man walking. For nearly another 2 years, Italy was plunged into a brutal civil war. Supported by the SS, Mussolini's forces waged an unforgiving campaign against the partisans and civilians that rejected his legitimacy. The man who promised Italian expansion and national glory was now responsible for tearing the country in two, and for standing by as a foreign army exterminated her citizens. This is Piazzale Loreto, an ugly, unremarkable urban island in central Milan, crowded by congestion and shaded by crappy corporate high-rises. The only reason anyone would come here is to get somewhere else, unless, of course, you know its history. This monument, sat between two roads on a poorly maintained patch of grass, was commissioned to commemorate 15 Italian resistance fighters. They had been prisoners, hand-picked by Milan's Gestapo, who were then taken here and shot dead as a warning to others. Their bodies were left to rot in the blistering August heat, next to signs that labeled them murderers. For the rest of the day, armed guards paraded commuters past the bodies. a piece of morbid theatre that Milan wouldn't forget or forgive. Less than a year later, Milan was a battlefield. A few electrical poles in the city centre still display holes from the bullets and shrapnel. The Allies and partisans fought the few remaining fascists and liberated the city through intense urban combat. After victory was achieved, partisans rounded up any officials still loyal to the regime. Despite no longer holding any kind of power, Achille Starace was recognized as an infamous and ugly reminder of the old regime and was arrested. He was taken into custody on April 28th, but didn't stay there long, as the next day his captors told him they were going to take him to meet Mussolini. Driven through a city in celebration, Starace was escorted to the Piazzale Loreto. Pushed through a growing, heaving crowd at gunpoint, he was taken to the exact location where the partisans had been displayed and left to rot just a year before. Here's where he saw Mussolini for the last time. Beaten beyond recognition, his skull had been crushed by the angry feet of the crowd. Strung up by his feet and displayed alongside the body of his mistress and several high-ranking officials. He had been captured the previous day, attempting to flee to Switzerland dressed as a German soldier. But once he was captured, a partisan executioner was sent to find him with the sole task of conducting a summary execution. If we judged him only by his final words, Mussolini's end could be seen as somewhat dignified. He opened his shirt and told his executioner to aim for his heart. But his actions spoke louder, as he did nothing to prevent Clara, his mistress, from jumping in the way of the first bullet meant for him. Their bodies were then driven south to Milan and dumped on the dirt, only strung up after the crowd had taken their revenge. In the shadow of his Duce's swinging body, Starace gave him a final salute, the same salute that he had forced on a nation, and then was shot in the back of the head and strung up alongside him. There is no plaque or any form of commemoration in place where Mussolini's body was famously put on display, though he might be happy to know there is still a giant M standing close to the exact spot. The petrol station is long gone. In its place is a 2-story McDonald's, where you can commemorate Mussolini getting curb-stomped with a 9-piece nugget meal. Initially, Mussolini was buried in a mass grave on the outskirts of the city, but a whole year later, nostalgic loyalists dug him up on Easter Sunday. They then moved the body from place to place, trying to avoid detection. When authorities eventually tracked him and the grave robbers down, the government entrusted the remains with a convent 12 miles north of Milan. His body was then secretly stashed in a closet for another 11 years. It wasn't until 1957 when the body's relocation to the family crypt was finally approved, and here he has been displayed ever since. History is a sequence of eternal returns. The phases in the lives of nations are measured in terms of decades, sometimes of centuries. These are the words that Mussolini decided to close his autobiography with. And they are the words of an egomaniac consoling himself with the possibility that history might still remember him favorably. But they are also the words of a man who had a profound understanding of human nature. He knew that societies had short memories, and that the same primal feelings he exploited in his journey towards power would outlive him, and that others would follow his blueprint. There's a case to be made that everything built by evil regimes should be torn down, but I don't think that case is strong enough. It's important to remember atrocities, of course, but it's equally important to remember that evil people can build beautiful things. Tyrants are cheered when they burn down the old order, because crowds were seduced by their image, strength, and stories. Benito Mussolini was a fascinating character that history cannot afford to forget.
There are going to be instances where I react to that he's saying, one, if it's specifically about doing Hasbara, and two, when he's trying to deplatform leftists, and three, when he is directly lying about me. He's just going to keep spiraling into madness. Apparently, there was more Ethan Klein drama. Someone was talking about, notice how smooth Ethan Klein hid the real chat in the top right corner. He hid it like a little super spy. Probably none of his 40K viewers even noticed. Disgusting. Can we all stop tiptoeing around this shit? He's shown no proof that CPS even came, and you can't call CPS in California anonymously, he said. Or one of these community members says. I don't know what happened with the CPS stuff. I don't know what the actual what the resolution is. I still think it's ridiculous to call CPS, but I don't know what has happened. He keeps claiming matter-of-factly that it was Denim's community, which is bullshit. He posted an edited chat of Denim's chat when a real chat is in the top right and they don't match. You can't call anonymously in the state of California and Texas. Yeah, why did he put his cam up here? Why did he go from blip to this side to up top? You can file anonymous CPS complaints in California. It's literally on the website. I don't know how the CPS process works. 7 messages out of thousands from a different video she was watching also. Lose viewers. Lol, stop thinking about your boyfriend, Ethan. Is this the new meta? Is this the new meta from the Ethan Klein has? This is like, oh, you care about him so much. Ethan is, the chat is pasted together. Look how it ends randomly. Dennis debunked it. The chat didn't look like that. They made it look like it was full-on CPS messages when it was only one chatter like every 5 minutes. Yeah, I do think that it's mostly bad faith at this point. Like everything that he's doing is bad faith. I haven't seen if he like actually reacted to the rest of the content cop or not, but I don't think that he's going to. Oh yeah, here, this is the one I was going to show. I don't think that he's going to.
For different reasons. Now pay attention to her chat. A housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like.
All right, everybody, pay attention to the chat. Pay attention to the chat that is going on based upon what's on the screen here. Right? I don't know what the screen here is directly above her. Everybody, pay attention to that. You hear what Ethan said? He said, "Pay attention to this chat." This is the chat that is on referencing what's on the screen. The real-time chat. Everybody, pay attention to it.
Covered in dog shit.
What? Ethan,
they are not CPS, so the service bro needs to honorably call CPS. That's child endangerment. Okay, if his kids have charity, they actually need to be taken away. Actual worst father ever. Wow. So Ethan is.
He did, and he gave you an ultimatum to watch his response within the next 2 days. Wait, me? Wait, he gave me an ultimatum to watch his response to the content cop? Or what? He's gonna keep slandering me? Wait, why do I have to watch his response to iDubbbz's video? What the That's so funny. Yeah, he crashed out harder when you said nice shit at the end. I didn't say nice shit at the end. I think the ultimatum was to Noah to remove this video or get sued. I don't think you got one. He did watch it. When he got to the end, he couldn't take a compliment and just belittled everyone that just said something nice to him. He completely missed the point of the whole content cop. His response is over 9 hours long. That's amazing. Watch Asman's response. The man is a national treasure. Yeah, I'm good on that, I think. Ethan Klein accuses iDubbbz of Holocaust denial over his opinion on Sabra Hummus. Jesus Christ. He said you're a Nazi because you have a Bleach sword with a swastika, but don't even watch Bleach. He flipped out about your Bleach sword and that you don't even watch Bleach. First of all, I've read Bleach and I didn't read the whole thing. I'm not like the biggest fan, self-admittedly. I never watched the anime, but I did get the sword at an anime convention on camera because it was cool. It is pretty funny though that he spent 25 minutes talking about your bleach sword. The crew agreed it was anti-Semitic to ask him to talk to Sam, Zach specifically. Yeah, I don't care what the crew agrees to. Okay. Oh, he pulled up clips of you saying you don't watch it. Yeah, it's not. What is the argument? He begged the crew to find him clips of you talking about Bleach, so they clips of you saying I don't watch Bleach to prove that you only got the sword because it has a swastika on it and you're a Nazi. That's awesome. He said some shit like, see Hassan, this is how you watch videos criticizing you? Wait, what? Did he watch my response to it or something? Is that why? He went on for ages about how you're a fake anime fan. You don't even like One Piece because you haven't watched it all, according to him. I did. I finished One Piece. He said you LARP as an anime watcher. Dude, I'm gonna be honest with you. I find this kind of stuff really funny where he just lies about the dumbest shit. Like, yeah, dude. I LARP as an anime watcher. I'm not a real one. Yeah. Fake glasses. Not a real anime head. Like, what purpose would this serve? Why would I lie about this? What is it a good thing to be a anime fan? It's so stupid. The how you react is because you said he paused too much and said you react lazy basically compared to him. Yeah, no, panic pausing every 12 seconds so your audience can't decipher a single coherent point that Ian is making in the content cop is exactly how you react to stuff. That's right.
And distribution facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common...
He's also doing, like, once again, like almost a form of Holocaust denialism. It's basically like diaspora apologia, basically saying that hummus is not Jewish food.
Oh, God, dude. He is... I guess there's an audience for anything, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure, I guess there's an audience for people who are like, I really want to hear the stupidest person talk about shit that they have no understanding over, but do it in a way where it's like convincing. Do it in a way where it's confident. My favorite is when he compared himself to fucking Rosa Parks. Does anyone have that clip? That I think was peak from the first day. When he was watching the content cop and he was like, IDub's not coming to my defense as I've been vomiting out pro-Israel talking points and attacking every pro-Palestinian voice out there. Not coming to my defense is basically like you being a white student refusing to defend black students during the civil rights movement. Oh wait, that was in the content cop. Never mind. That wasn't even you're right. Another banger comparing Sam Cedar to Candace Owens.
Telling a black person, like, you need to go talk to Candace Owens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she knows. What? She knows everything about the race and what it's like to be black.
Sam Cedar is not a Candace Owens, so
no,
let me
Sam Cedar didn't do anything wrong.
No, of course not.
I'm saying, like,
I get the example you're making, but I just want to make that.
Okay, fair. Good point, because I'm not saying Sam is like them, but you wouldn't send.
How about Jesse Jackson? You talk to Jesse Jackson about this.
I don't know anything about his politics, but you'd be like, go, my point is just because you say that this person.
Wait, he doesn't know who Jesse Jackson is, which is why he doesn't understand. What Dan said is quite literally what Dan said right there. Yeah, it is a comparative. It is a good analog, which undermines the point that he's trying to make. Yes, if I was a white guy and I had a black friend and I was trying to talk to him about some issue or whatever, and he just would not. He just refused to hear me out. And I was like, hey, man, you should talk to our mutual friend who you respect, who is you should talk to a mutual friend who you respect, who has a similar background to yourself. Yeah, who isn't like a reactionary charlatan. Yeah, that would be a totally decent thing to do. I mean, if I was a white guy, sorry, I am a white guy, but I meant like if in a situation.
Nothing. It's like me saying, hey, you're trans, go talk to Blair White. She'll tell you everything.
No, that doesn't work. No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, that does not work at all. Dan is not taking your side.
It's not like Ethan is not capable of talking to Hassan.
Wait, isn't he? Because I've been waiting. I've been waiting. Yeah, Ethan literally said I'm not Jewish, and kept saying like, how can you tell a Jewish person how to feel about this? And I'm like, this is not about Judaism. If you can't separate Israel from Judaism, we can't even have this conversation. So if you don't trust me, if you can't hear my position on this, and you don't respect me, Muslim or not, he says you still haven't watched the content nuke, so he won't talk to you. When you said you watched it, he didn't believe you. Well, I haven't watched it fully, but I'll watch it with him. I'll watch it with him. You made a joke about every time people talk about Gaza, PETA falls from the sky, basically making fun of the famine. He's so disgusting. Ugh. He basically says the same thing.
Ethan and Hila are watching Nat Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews. They cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single what a dumb represents all Jews. I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret.
What?
He reacts to the compilation of you saying you can't tell him how to feel because he's Jewish here.
Other Jewish people, you need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're
I don't think that is the...
In what position are you to even say that?
It's not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist Jews.
Seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what...
So,
that doesn't mean...
I'm actually addressing the same point twice, and he's too fucking dumb to realize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone is dumb, not Ethan. Yeah. Why? Why does he still try to do political stuff, man? It's not good for your mental health. You're clearly oblivious. Like, who is fucking guiding you to do this? Who is gearing you up to be like, yes, King, you're killing it. Everybody thinks you're awesome and very knowledgeable. He goes on to compare it to suggesting you talk to a pro-Israel Arab, or of which there are many, his words, not like anti-Zionist Jews, which are a fringe 1% minority, again, his words, kind of like a self-report there. I've also mentioned this before, like I've addressed this before. Even if 100% of Jews across the board were like, no, Israel represents Judaism, I still wouldn't give a shit. It's just so stupid. It's such a stupid argument. The notion that like a state says we represent religion. It's like ISIS saying they represent Islam. It's the same shit. America doesn't represent Christianity. Israel doesn't represent Judaism. ISIS does not represent Islam. Neither does Saudi Arabia. It's so stupid. The truth is still the truth, regardless of what people feel about it. Yeah. There's a reason why all of the people that Ethan wants me to talk to on the Arab front are reactionary psychopaths versus someone like Sam Cedar, who he seemingly respects. When I say, hey, you should probably talk to Sam Cedar privately or publicly, it doesn't matter. But like, I want you to, I want you to have a conversation that might like change your perspective a little bit with a person who has an experience not dissimilar to yours, a person who you respect. That's still with the assumption that deep down inside, there is an empathetic person who can recognize that they might have been led astray. That's the problem. That's the issue. Ethan shared an article accusing you of sending revenge porn. Yeah, I saw. I don't know what the fuck going on. It's not even an article. It's a blog post, first of all. And it's literally, I mean, that's basically slander at that point, where it's me receiving unsolicited nudes in front of a journalist. It's very clearly written in the article, ironically enough. It's from a Cosmopolitan article from years ago. It's very different than revenge porn, don't you think? Me opening up a Snapchat and seeing that it's a nude is a little bit different, don't you think? Especially because I was in the process of showing said journalist fans sending me merch photos at the time. Wouldn't that be the exact situation with the article and the Kavanaugh guy? No, it's even worse than that. Because at least Ethan had a defensible position initially, because it was a respectable journalistic medium that actually covered it, even though they retracted it, and he continued presenting it as the truth, even though the article had retracted it. This is a fucking blog post that he's just like promoting. What is wrong with your fans, bro? Wait, why? What do you mean? Where do you even find the article? It had like 25 comments. I mean, That psycho person, I've seen it before. Someone on Hostred found out that person has only written about defending Ethan's positions on Israel and attacking me over and over again. Yeah, real journalist, but journalist for one person only. The Cosmopolitan article narrates it as you went through those DMs and showed pics of the journalist, not to suddenly receive a no while the phone was open kind of way. That's not true. That's quite literally not true. You do realize it's me receiving unsolicited nudes that I am not aware is nudes initially. Read the article, please. Dude, some of you guys unironically are some of you are actually stupid. I will admit. Yeah, let me give a article with 25 comments more more hype, dude. This is true. Why spend so much time on him at this point? Ethan ain't gonna change. He's a lost cause. He's been charitable for over a year. And if he ain't gonna change himself, it's not on you. Let him rot in the bed he made and move on. I mean, there are gonna be instances where I react to shit that he's saying. One, if it's specifically about doing Hasbara. And two, when he's trying to deplatform leftists. And three, when he is directly lying about me. One of you asked to talk to him privately because his descent into madness is pretty obvious at this point, don't you think? Like, this is a relatively sizable content creator with a previously progressive audience that has turned over into a pro-Israel propaganda monster at this point. Like, what do you mean? The old clip of E at the end of Content Cop is literally him explaining word for word what he's experiencing right now with getting defensive and spiraling. I refuse to believe he doesn't see what's wrong. I think in many ways he's just too scared of hurting his own ego to admit that he realizes he's wrong. Yes, that's what it is. That is... It's narcissism, you know? It's just like he doesn't ever want to admit that he was in the wrong. So he's just gonna keep spiraling into madness. I don't see him there yet. I still truthfully, I think he still truthfully blames you. Yeah, because he doesn't want to acknowledge responsibility. That's what it is. Yeah, it's not his own words that made his audience feel like he was at odds with them ideologically on the issue of Israel. It's actually someone else that must have geared them to feel this way. And that someone else was his former podcast co-host, which seemingly fits that like previous hate spiral that he went over anyway with his other former podcast co-host. So it's like a perfect situation where he's like, everything wrong in my life is directly because of this one guy.
How's it feel? Not good, right?
Hostile AGR in your AO. Enemy scout detected. Hardpoint is down. Hardpoint detected. Hostiles on the hardpoint. Hostiles are claiming the lead. Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Let's get it started. President Trump participates in bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of Italy. Let's take a look.
Tallahassee. Active shooting. I guess it's an active shooter.
What the is this?
Fully briefed as to where we are right now. It's a shame. It's a horrible thing. Horrible that things like this take place. And we'll have more to say about it later. In the meantime, it's an honor to have the Prime Minister of Italy with us, Prime Minister Meloni, who's doing a fantastic job. I would say that she has taken Europe by storm and highly respected. Everybody loves her and respects her, and I can't say that about many people. And she's become...
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Enemy sentry turret detected in your AO. Hardpoint is active. Hardpoint is secure. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
With every inch of my body and soul in a second. Honestly, this whole Zac Efron thing, you guys are gonna see in a little bit as we delve a little bit deeper into this story. The relationship between Nikki Blonsky and Zac Efron is an odd one to say the least.
And on September 23rd, when this Hairspray star makes her New York nightclub debut at Feinstein's in the Loews Regency Hotel, the Blonsky family will definitely be together.
My family is my life. They mean the world to me, and they're my best friends.
She's a family girl indeed, still living at home, and she'll count on her good luck charm, this ring from her late grandmother.
I wear it every day, and I never take it off, and I never will take it off. As long as I have this ring, I'm okay.
She is doing well, and it's so good to see you, Nikki. If you would like to see her, go to New York City. You can catch her show September 23rd through October 4th.
So this became an unimaginable controversy for Nikki Blonsky, as we now already know. Acting and musical work became extremely hard for her to find. And I think it's down to the fact that both Nikki and her father were charged, whereas it was only Bianca who was charged when it comes to the Golden family side of the dispute, which honestly reads to me as an outsider looking in as more retaliatory rather than an instigation, because why would Nikki and her father be charged and her father be held for an additional week? Bianca also be charged, but the only person who was actually at the receiving end of extreme physical violence, internal bleeding, a fractured skull, a broken nose, was Bianca Golden's mother. I think it's kind of clear to me, at least, where the aggression may have lied. This is just my own speculation. So I think that that's why things started slowing down for Nikki Blonsky. And I think Nikki was expecting this ET interview it is that she had to be able to put a stop to all of the noise surrounding this controversy and to kind of clean up her image in the eyes of the public. But it didn't quite seem to work, in my opinion. So as things started slowing down and her career started kind of coming to a screeching halt, we suddenly, out of nowhere in 2020, have Nikki Blonsky bring this up again. There was a tweet that somebody had made about Nikki Blonsky. In fact, let's take a look at it. So here we have an article from the Daily Mail that is dated on the 30th of June 2020, and it says Hairspray star Nikki Blonsky denies that she's ever been racist as 2008 brawl with America's Next Top Model Bianca Golden is brought up a day after she comes out as gay. So essentially what happens is Nikki Blonsky comes out as gay, everybody starts celebrating Nikki Blonsky, and then some random person makes a post on Twitter basically saying, she ain't shit. Do you not remember her being racist AF? And then people were like, oh, we didn't know about this. And it brought it all up again for Nikki. So Nikki couldn't even come out comfortably. That's how much people were holding this against her. So this is what the article says. Hairspray Nikki Blonsky took to social media on Monday evening to stress that she's not a racist, after a Twitter user brought up the 2008 altercation that she was involved in with America's Next Top Model contestant Bianca Golden that include accusations of racist remarks. This is what she said. I am deeply saddened and hurt to hear that I have been wrongfully accused of ever having anything other than love in my heart for someone of a different race. Weird verbiage. I'm just gonna say that. It's like when white people say the blacks, and it's like, ooh, you know what I mean? But that couldn't be more further from the truth, said the 31-year-old actress who was in the headlines on Monday after revealing that she is gay in a TikTok post a day earlier. She said, I am finally in a good place in my life, living my true self, and I do not feel the need to rehash the trauma that we all experienced that day or point fingers at anyone else to try and tarnish their reputation. So this is the post that was posted. It was from somebody called Caleb, and it says, reminder that Nikki Blonsky from the movie Hairspray and her family beat the blank out of a black woman so badly that she had to be airlifted to the hospital while throwing around the N-word. Can we find a new weirdo to meme? And this is the post that Nikki Blonsky had posted to her Instagram. Nikki Blonsky did say that the information surrounding the incident is correct and false. And while an altercation did occur 12 years ago that she is not proud of, the use of racist language and violence is inaccurate. You see, here's the thing. I can understand if she was saying, I never said anything racist. There's no proof of this, which is fair, and her maintaining that stance. But to say that there was no violence is kind of like, now we're lying, because we know that you were were charged with violence. Both you and your father was. And Bianca, you were all charged with violence with committing violent acts. So for you to come on and say that the violence wasn't included, it's just, it's like now we don't believe you. Now it's making it easy for us to like poke holes in your story. Now I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking to yourself,
Paige, there are numerous different celebrities who have done far worse things than Nikki Blonsky. How did this one incident, all the way back when, 16 years ago, have the ability to affect her career not only 12 years later, but even in present day?
Well, because money. I think that this was in part down to the themes displayed in the musical Hairspray. So this wasn't a situation that just reflected bad on Nikki Blonsky and her family. It reflected bad on the musical itself, the production, the staff, and everybody associated with it. And just the Hairspray franchise as a whole. And to understand that, we really need to understand the themes in Hairspray.
I was tempted.
Hairspray is a musical comedy that is set in the 1960s that tackles themes of racism, racial integration, body positivity, and self-acceptance. It follows a young teenager called Tracy Turnblad, a plus-size girl with big dreams and an even bigger heart, as she fights for social justice in her area of Baltimore. The story begins in 1962 Baltimore, where Tracy Turnblad, a high school student with a love for dancing, dreams of appearing on the Corny Collins Show, a popular TV dance program. Tracy and her best friend Penny Pingleton, played by the wonderful Amanda Bynes, they both rush home every day to watch the show, featuring the teenage heartthrob of Link Larkin, who Tracy has a huge crush on. Despite her enthusiasm, Tracy faces rejection due to her plus-size appearance. However, after impressing Corny Collins with her dance moves at an open audition, she earns a spot on the show, much to the dismay of Valma von Tussle, the station manager, and her spoiled daughter, Amber, who is the show's lead dancer and Link's girlfriend. However, whilst on the show, Tracy befriends the black dancers on the Corny Collins Show because they have a segment called Negro Day, a monthly segment hosted by Murdermouth Mabel, who is played by Queen Latifah. She is also the mother of Seaweed, who is a talented dancer on the show. Tracy is shocked to learn about the racial segregation on the show and decides to take a stand and reintegrate it. As Tracy's popularity on the show grows, she faces obstacles from Velma and Amber, who go out of their way to plot against her. Tracy also then wins over Link, which ultimately causes more tension between herself and Amber, because the skinny white bitch was completely confused why Link would ever be attracted to a fat girl like Tracy. But Tracy's newfound fame gives her the platform to be able to push the station and the network for integration. But this also lands her in trouble. During a protest organized by Murdermouth Mabel, Tracy is arrested and then goes into hiding. With the help of her parents, Edna and Wilbur Turnblad, Penny, Seaweed, and her other allies, Tracy sneaks into the station on the day of the Miss Teenage Hairspray contest. She crashes the show and does her very own dance number that forces the Corny Collins Show to become integrated. In the end, love triumphs and Link declares his love for Tracy Turnblad. They share an on-screen kiss, and the entire cast celebrates the future of equality. So we gotta remember that in this whole movie, one of the primary themes is racial integration, racism, systemic racism, and oppression. So when we put this and parallel it with the situation where the girl who played Tracy Turnblad, the girl who was supposed to pioneer for integration between all races, a pioneer for inclusivity, is accused of withholding seats from black people, that causes an altercation where somebody has to be airlifted into hospital, and many of the members of that family charged with violent acts. You can understand why nobody on Hairspray wanted anything to do with Nikki Blonsky. Hairspray was a social commentary holding the mirror up to society, requesting that we don't go back to a segregated world. And considering this altercation took place over seats, Rosa Parks, and America's approach to segregation presently in 2025.
New this morning, concerns growing after the Trump administration removed a segregation ban for federal contractors.
Yeah, this is all part of the president's mission to eliminate anything related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this has some worried about the civil rights protections.
It's not a surprise that Nikki Blonsky has made her way into the social media zeitgeist once more. But it wasn't just the brawl that had many people talking on TikTok. It's the immense amount of cringe that many people feel when they see Nikki Blonsky on their screen. So let's talk about the weird interviews, tweets, and cameo videos.
I was tempted by your smile.
Now, I'm not here trying to defend Nikki Blonsky, but it is so clear that even from early interviews around the time of Hairspray, that Nikki Blonsky had absolutely no media training and had no idea what it was that she was doing. We have to remember that Nikki Blonsky was literally plucked from obscurity, from an open casting, and wasn't primed for the limelight, unlike some of her co-stars. So Nikki was always kind of found to say certain things that were weird and potentially off-putting, as well as, I mean, downright controversial. Now, this is a conspiracy theory of mine, and nothing that it is based in fact at all, so definitely take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt, because it is my personal conspiracy. But around the time of the PR tour and promotional run for Hairspray, as I was doing my research, I was having a look at some of the interviews it is that Zac Efron and Nikki Blonsky had done together, and they were very intentionally, in my humble opinion, ambiguous about the status of their relationship. Like, we weren't to know whether they were actually dating or not. Like, were they friends? Did they develop a connection on the set of Hairspray? Because as we know, in the movie adaptation of the musical, Zac Efron is Nikki Blonsky's love interest. Now, I'm unsure if this was instigated by Zac or Nikki, or if it was instigated by the PR team behind the movie Hairspray, but it very much felt to me like marketing. You gotta remember that the movie adaptation of Hairspray came out in 2007. Seeing a plus-size person take a lead in a movie was practically unheard of, let alone be a love interest in said movie. So the idea that Zac could potentially want a plus-size woman made overweight teens like myself practically queef at the idea. Why did I say queef? That's an idiot. Queef. But essentially, it made overweight teens feel as if they had hope. I mean, there were people on the internet who were calling them zicky and making fan cam videos on the internet. And in every interview, it seemed as if the pair were just, I don't know, like overly cozy and flirtatious in a way that would lead the viewer to believe that there was something more going on.
Oh, Nikki. I mean, you guys were awesome together. Did you not melt when you did that link wink?
Yes, I melted to the floor.
I don't know where that came from. Oh, I don't know where that came from. Yeah, can you still do it? Can I still do it? Yeah, the link wink. I guess I could try. Okay, go for it. I don't know, it's just that. That's it. Shut one eye. That's it. That's all I got.
This actually was questioned by an interviewer who asked Zac Efron if he would ever date a bigger woman. Like, that's like the shock horror of the fucking century. It was back in 2007. But he was basically asked if he sees fat women as attractive. He says that, but mind you, Zac Efron's previous girlfriends that he's been public about have all looked like this.
You find your summer love.
To see Nick here.
See, no, Kate, I have to ask you about this. Today on the internet, somebody sent me something that teenhollywood.com. Part of my research was reading all the like Teeny Bopper magazines. Of course. All this stuff about like, you guys are best friends. But this one is like, I like big girls.
Yeah. Oh, is that what I said?
Yeah.
He does.
It's like, because they're larger than life and they're comfortable in their skin. So I'm
well, rock on. It's true. It's
That's
true.
Sweet.
I always say it's so funny. But one of the main reasons I can relate to Link is because, you know, I'm not all about these like super skinny perfect girls. That's so Hollywood. That's not what girls are about. It's self-confidence. It's sense of humor. It's fun. It's what you do. It's how comfortable you are.
It's how you shake your stuff.
And that's
And that is what you do.
He's got some stuff to shake.
Yeah, and I shook it all for him, didn't I?
But Zac Efron's enthusiasm wasn't as strong.
We don't want to say. We don't like to leave that open.
The mystique of the film.
Yeah, we keep it between us. Oh yeah, we see each other all the time.
Yeah.
On a show called Much, there was even an interview where Zac Efron and Nikki Blonsky share a kiss live in front of the audience to show, indeed, Zac Efron is not repulsed by fat women. I mean, yay! The bar was in hell in 2007. Oh, man. But Zac Efron's enthusiasm wasn't as strong when he was asked by an extra reporter whether he kissed Nikki Blonsky on set for a dare. Zac seemed as if he was eagerly trying to dismiss their closeness. Almost as if the flirting that we had seen, the aforementioned flirting, was a facade.
What is this? What is going on?
That's impromptu. That's improv right there.
Improv.
That's improv.
Is that what they call it these days?
That's what they call rolling with it. That's rolling with the punches.
Was this because they dared you? I mean, she was just going to give you a little peck, and
it was a dare. No.
Oh, you were going to give her a little peck.
I think that's the way it went. I caught me a little bit by surprise, but hey, you got to roll with it.
The interview even goes as far as to tell Zac that he thinks that Nikki is into him. Almost as if to say, it might be promo to you, but it's real to this girl. And again, we have to be reminded that at this time, Nikki Blonsky's 17 years old and probably has never experienced this kind of flirtation in her life up until this point, which I think is a sad exploitation of this young girl. I'm just going to be honest.
Gotta roll with these things.
I think she's got feelings for you.
Who knows? That by the look, wow, man, it looks, wow, now that I look at it.
Now that you look at it, I mean, the picture doesn't lie.
Hey, you know, it's all good. It's all good. She's like my sister.
There you go. So is that what it was like? It was like kissing your sister?
It kind of was. Afterwards, I was a little bit like this. I love the girl. You know, we kissed in the movie, but...
This leads me to believe that this flirtatious behavior that was taking place between Zac Efron and Nikki Blonsky was a PR trick that wasn't necessarily understood by Nikki Blonsky. This is my theory, personal theory not based in fact. This is for entertainment purposes only. Again, Nikki Blonsky was 17, 18 years old around this time, and probably not experienced in all of the multitude of ways that men can manipulate one. I mean, the girl had her 18th birthday on the set of Hairspray.
It is my birthday today, and I couldn't imagine a better way to spend it than here on the set of Hairspray. Amazing cake. It's so good. So I'm ready to go into my 18th birthday party. I'm very, very excited. I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I know I will.
Carrying the cake with Nikki G.
Meaning that she was only 17 years old when she met the experienced Hollywood socialite Zac Efron. However, despite maintaining that they are best friends on every single interview it is that they did on the press run for Hairspray, after the 2008 altercation between Nikki Blonsky and Bianca Golden, there is an interview that took place on the Vogue red carpet where Zac states that it's unfortunate what took place and that everything will work out for the best. Almost as if to say that he just wanted absolutely no part in that scandal whatsoever and wanted his name attached nowhere to it, whilst also doing his best to not seem like he's dropping Nikki like a sack of shit, even though that is exactly what I believe took place.
My best friends, you know, and it's so unfortunate what happened to Nikki, and I think everyone knows her pretty well at this point. So I think everything's going to work out for the best.
But as if things can get weirder, in a 2010 interview on the Wendy Williams show, Wendy Williams asks Nikki if Zac Efron's then girlfriend, Vanessa Hudgens, would go the distance and finally, you know, get married to Zac Efron. To which Nikki states no in plain language and basically reiterates that she is the only woman for Zac. And I don't know, that was kind of weird.
Zac is one of my best friends in the whole world.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Okay, let's get serious now.
think that he and Vanessa will go the distance and get married? Not yet, just eventually.
No.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, G. Love you, girl, but it ain't happening. It's just, you want the truth. It's the truth.
I'm sorry to hear that, too.
Sorry, Hollywood. I know him real well. I love him real well. But
oh, you're a good, funny girl. You're good. Okay.
I'm the one for Zac Efron, okay? Let's just settle the debate. I'm the one for Zac Efron.
She's angling.
I personally believe that Nikki Blonsky genuinely fell for Zac Efron. She even maintained her public love for Zac Efron in an interview for ET in 2013.
Another Hairspray star has seen his share of trouble. Zac Efron acknowledged he had been in rehab.
What went through your mind? Picked up the phone. What'd you say to him? I love you.
Now, I'm not showing any of these clips to be like,
oh my god, poor Nikki Blonsky. She was thrusted into fame, and she doesn't deserve all the hate that she gets.
but I did want to show what I believe to be a naivety, if you will, to the entertainment industry and the games that are played to keep people on top. Working on set in close proximity with a lot of actors over a long period of time. I mean, we're talking like 12-hour work days, set, makeup, dressing, all of that kind of stuff for hours and hours on end. It can begin to feel like these people that you're working with are going to be with you in life forever, especially to a naive 17-year-old girl who has never had any hand in the entertainment industry in this capacity. But the fact is that all of those people, all of the star-studded cast, John Travolta in drag, Zac Efron, Queen Latifah, Amanda Bynes, they all just moved on after Nikki's blunder and never really looked back.
I was tempted by your smile.
Okay, so more recently, there has been a resurgence of interest in Nikki Blonsky as her Cameo account has gone viral, even making Nikki Blonsky's Cameo account the #1 requested Cameo account in the world. There's literally that much traffic. Now, just to bring you up to speed, Cameo is a website where celebrities, people of interest, public figures, etc. can host themselves on there, and you, as a viewer, if you are a fan of this person, can request that this person send you a private message, a video message of any type, a happy birthday message, a sorry you got cancer message, literally anything. For a fee on the website, Cameo takes a cut, as well as the influencer, public interest figure, person, celebrity, who also takes a chunk. There are loads of different people who do it. I know that some of the Card Jenners have got cameos. Tana Moja, another influencer who also has Cameo and will produce cameos for her fans. And even myself, I'm on Cameo. I've not used it in God knows how many years or promoted it, but I do have a Cameo. If you want me to say happy birthday to you, I'll leave the link in the description box, I guess. It's not that much money. Okay, so what happened was people on TikTok started posting the cameos it is that they had requested from Nikki Blonsky, and it became somewhat of a meme to poke fun at Nikki Blonsky's only claim to fame being her appearance on Hairspray. This all started from a TikTok user called Ella MC Smeller, who stated that Nikki Blonsky had received a Cameo request from her, and she received the response in less than 5 minutes.
I can hear the bells, just hear them chiming. I can hear the bells, because Hallie, I can hear the bells. Your 20th birthday bells are going off. Happy birthday, Hallie. Happy birthday, my friend, your best friend. Ella reached out to me and told me that it's your big day and you are a huge fan of Hairspray and a huge fan of mine, and I can't tell you how much that means to me. Truly, it touches my heart. Thank you. I heard that Hairspray is your absolute favorite movie to watch, and it's the movie that you two love to watch together. So, with that being said, I have to sing you a little Welcome to the 60s. Oh, 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 oh. such an amazing best friend named Ella, you'll never be without love. Life's like the seasons with no summer without love. Life's like rock and roll without a drummer. Hallie, I hope you have the best birthday ever. I hope it's as magical and as amazing as you are, because you surely deserve it. Ella thinks the world of you and just adores your friendship. So happy birthday. And remember, you can't stop an avalanche as it races down the hill. Happy 20th birthday, my friend. Bye.
So literally, 5 minutes after putting in the request for a cameo, she received her cameo from Nikki Blonsky, which led a lot of people to have a lot of giggles and fun at Nikki Blonsky, because clearly she is not busy or booked. The running joke was that Nikki Blonsky was so out of work that she was rushing to make $20 on Cameo for literally anybody who purchased.
Hi, Natalie. It's Nikki Blonsky here, and well, you caught me listening to what is probably my favorite Hairspray song of all time, Without Love. Life's like the seasons with no summer, without love. Life's like rock and roll without a drummer. But Natalie, I am popping in this Valentine's Day and always to remind you that you are never without love. Sally, your dear friend, reached out to me and told me the unfortunate and terrible news. I am so sorry to hear about your sister's unexpected passing. Natalie, please know that my heart and my... I'm sorry. Please know that my heart and my prayers and my thoughts are with you at this time and always. But I want you to remember one thing, Natalie. Just because your sister isn't physically here anymore, she's with you all the time. She's with you. She's watching out for you. She's laughing at your jokes. She's there. So if you ever need a friend to talk to, never feel alone, because your sister is right there, Natalie. Natalie, I want you to know that I have lost a lot of people too, and it helps so much just to talk to them and fill them in on your daily life and let them know that they are as alive as they've ever been in your heart. So I wish you well. I hope that 2025 is a wonderful year.
Your thoughts on this so far? I mean, we're debating if we should watch it or not.
I know I'm having an internal debate too, and with myself, if we should do it now or not, because on the one hand, I'm so fired up, I don't even know what to do with myself, which is why I'm coming. On the other hand, I don't know if that's a good state to be in live.
That's the... you kind of spitting.
On the third
kind of spitting right now.
Son is already watching it live, promoting it, everything.
Yeah, of course.
On the fourth hand, that I wish I
How many hands this bitch got? What the hell?
I mean, who gives a fuck? You know?
No, it doesn't. Like I said, it's not going to affect us at all, because our community's already been having this conversation, and everybody who's still watching understands that these people are insane.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's kind of Sigma just to go in raw.
Yes, it's streaming. Thank you, Ela, for telling everyone that I'm streaming. Thank you. Jenner, thank you for the 10 game subs. All right, I'll keep you guys posted if anything else changes.
Out of it.
Oh my God, wait, he's watching it. Wait. Guys. He's watching it.
Let me just get to that part at least. The fact that you want to associate with these people openly is so fucking sick. Holy shit, dude.
The beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the
fucking thing in our defense. Like, actually, Ela's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane... Oh, he's so disgusted. He's so disgusted, you guys. He just discovered empathy, man. It's
He's not disgusted, he's confused.
Hitting him hard here today. Harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
Wait,
who says any fucking thing.
Hold on.
Yeah, that was a weird choice.
That's what made him think he needs to make this?
Well, you win a lot more than that.
That's not what he should.
I mean, yeah, I think he could have showed a different part, but
because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing,
They will keep replaying the same section.
Attempt to ruin their lives.
His brain's lagging, trying to come up with something.
And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
So I'm saying that I don't remember the context, but it doesn't seem that crazy. Saying that like there's a mass campaign of people online, which now he's a part of, that anybody that expresses like any sympathy for Israel gets absolutely fucking harassed into oblivion, which is literally, he's proving my point. I don't see why that would set you off, bro.
So when he did the trailer, I had suspicion.
No, dude, I just noticed he disliked the video. No. I didn't like you doing stupid, sexy Ian, stupid, sexy Sean, stupid, sexy Denims.
Go off, bro.
So when he did the trailer, I had suspicions, even though, yeah.
Everybody suspected, but I was like, there's no shot. That's just so stupid. Why would he do that?
I watched
Which in hindsight, the chont and chop, the two H's, I guess, should have been maybe more. I didn't even notice it. That it's like H3H3. I think that was the
You did
meme
go
there.
in on him a little bit. You call him spineless and said you're no friend of mine.
So what?
Well, I'm just saying.
So what? I should be able to harass you as much as I want, and if you stand up for yourself ever, I should be able to airstrike your house.
Hang on, just to give the context.
He is spineless, and this just proves it. Like, what a fucking coward. It's still not enough, man. I was rightfully upset. Like, what, he's a fucking peach in that situation, not standing up for me? Well, clearly he agrees with them, like, a lot. Oh my God, dude.
Here, let's go back.
Staring at the camera and going, it's so good.
That intro that justifies this content cop, me saying that I feel like people who don't think that Israeli civilians should be killed are being like ganged up on online. That's it? That's what made you throw this on? Okay. That's pretty serious stuff there, dude.
No, I would say you calling him spineless and saying you guys aren't even friends anymore, and then your wife saying that she stood up for Anissa for having an OnlyFans.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a
Dog, do not talk about tattoos. Do not talk about do not talk about tattoos. You have a memorial tattoo of your very much so alive wife, and they turned her into a cone head. Please.
From a windy thing, bro.
Please.
Like, literally, my kids have cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. And people go, oh, Mr. No, listen, that's right. I'm going after his tattoos.
I'm
Bro
sorry?
looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
And isn't that crazy that it looks better than what you
Cringe, bro. I'm kidding, by the way. People are going to be like, this is all he had to say?
Nothing to say.
This is going to be really, I don't think this is going to be hard to react to at all. I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
What if he's suiting up to defend you? Maybe he agreed with that clip where you said all the people are.
Dan.
I think it's
I'm just going to hold out. And he got all those people together in order
Dan.
to slam them.
Girly.
That would be kind of inspiring, although...
It made them apologize.
That's right.
All right. Yeah, I mean, after everything we've been through, that might actually be a nice olive branch.
What a twist.
He's so zany, you guys. Remember how zany and cool iDubbbz is? He's doing karate and cool. He's being silly in a fucking cabin. Look at him go. Yeah.
Your claim to fame is Vape Nation, dude, please.
Yeah.
He paused.
Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them. This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made
Well, that's why it's in the video, yeah?
a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts.
Look at the stupid look on his face. Oh my God, dude, it should be illegal for me to have this much fun. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I can't show my face. I don't have a too much fun.
Is this funny?
I mean, I thought that the humping thing wasn't funny. I thought it was a little immature, but I figured that was part of like bringing the content cop back. Now that you added the context, it was very fun. It wasn't funny before you said that, and then it was really funny.
I mean, is that funny? Should I be listening to this guy? Like, he's setting it up like he's the moral arbiter. He's like, I'm drunk. I'm dancing around my cabin like a lunatic.
That's the joke.
And I'm putting cigarettes out on my pants.
It's ironic. You wouldn't understand.
It's ironic, right? But it's also like the character for real. But he presents his arguments like they should be listened to. I mean, that's the whole thing.
Guys, the comedy police are here. The guy who's one of the funniest jokes you could come up with when talking about Matt Lieb was, I guess he's gonna be leaving. He's gonna be leaving. And then there's literally crickets in the studio. Guys, the comedy cop is here to save us.
Bro's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up.
He himself stole the content cop thing, dressing up like a judge and doing some boring bullshit. I mean, from my understanding, that was like the content nuke thing was just like a steal of the content cop thing.
Quick, there's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish.
That's not what Timothy McVeigh did.
Isn't he the one that blew the Unabomber?
You're thinking of Kaczynski.
Oh, Kaczynski. Kaczynski's the one that lived in a cabin in the woods?
Yes.
Well,
okay.
Maybe they both.
Timothy McVeigh is the Oklahoma City bombing.
Right.
Yeah.
They both had.
Maybe he lived in a cabin too. Right?
They both were vibing out.
Actually, if you want to hear more about Ethan Klein's opinions on this, just Google Ethan Klein, Boston bomber.
In the woods. Oh, man.
Explosive personalities, both of them.
True. Guys, it's Shabbat. All the Jews are at temple.
Awkwardly coughs at the bad Ethan Klein joke.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs.
It's a cloudy day in Los Angeles.
That's my line.
I'm in a fantastic one.
Wait, is this live?
By the way, Hassan literally goes and talks about how I'm obsessed with him, and I can't talk about him, and I can't stop talking about him. And this is what he's working on in the while he's complaining about that. I can't believe it, man. It's stunning stuff. It really is.
Such a crybaby bully. Oh my God.
I can't believe that when I came in here today, my main fear was shitting my pants, and now it's like
that's secondary.
That's the end of my list right now.
He's literally the Sag. He's literally the Sag. He's like, I know, I do nothing but say mean things and sound fucking deranged about Hassan Piker. But I can't believe he would do this to me after everything you've been through. It didn't mean anything to you. What do you mean you've moved on?
There's a scene here I'm working towards. I don't know if I'm going to watch the whole thing, but I just want you guys to see this.
Okay.
I have a very important announcement. I finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do, because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct.
Bro, he loves the out of context thing. Like, that video was so well sourced. The full context to everything.
I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist.
That's not what I accused you of, but go on. Keep straw manning what I said.
You just called him a terrorist sympathizer.
Co-signed by Ian.
I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most of
them call you a vicious anti-Semite.
Well, never say never.
Well, I think he's. I think he's.
You definitely called him an anti-Semite many times.
Vicious is different. I think he.
I only called him anti-Semitic. I didn't call him a vicious anti-Semite, unless I did, in which case, please remove this. And I was joking.
Propagates anti-Semitism. I don't think he does it intentionally.
I'm just saying.
I think you said raging.
Yeah.
Raging.
I don't remember.
Maybe he never used.
I don't remember. I don't even. Who is Hassan, anyways? I don't even know who that guy is.
I don't think I've ever said, like, I don't think he consciously hates Jewish
I don't even
people.
know
I think
who
he
is Hassan Piker.
Anti-Semitism. I don't even. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't think I am. But it doesn't really.
That'll end up being the next clip that plays.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. It's fine.
I'm just saying. Just never say never.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been.
Why? What? Are we actually doing this frat bro thing? This is the fucking cutting. This is the cutting edge criticism that Hassan's hotter than me. Are we actually doing this?
Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally.
You can tell it hurt him because he's focused on it.
You can say you're smarter than me. I don't care about that. But like, why are you doing the like, I'm hot and you're not? Like, what is this? What is this? Holy shit, bro. By the way, he still hasn't watched the content, Nuke. I guarantee it. The content puke.
Been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that.
Okay,
That's not even in the content, Nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know?
Okay. There you go. You have fucking debunked.
I think he's referencing the post of him in the tub, because in that post you talked about his glasses. I was wondering if that's what he was.
I think he told me at one point. I mean, he might have both. But no, I'm 100% sure that one time he came on Leftovers and he was wearing unprescription glasses. 100%. So I mean, like he might have both, or maybe his vision.
I just remember the last episode. He said. I remember the last episode. He said he didn't have his on him. Maybe that's what you're referring to. He said he couldn't see the screen the last episode of.
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to something else. But I mean, fine. You got me on the glasses thing. Fucking owned, I guess.
Everything. How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Look at this.
Wakey, Ethan. Wake up.
That is what we're doing. We are looking at it.
Ethan, wake up.
Bro, what? I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is just, I can't do it.
I'm to be awake.
Did you tell him to say he's hotter than me? Was that your line? I think it probably was.
I'm pretty sure Dan is laughing because he thinks it's funny, but he's trying to pretend like he's laughing because he thinks it's stupid.
Okay.
Ethan, wake up, Ethan. This is no longer a dream. This is
Denims who, once again, aligning himself with Denims, who literally calls my wife a baby killer.
I've literally never called your wife a baby killer.
Amongst other insane, terrible things.
I've literally never said anything.
Good.
I've actually been very kind to your wife on many, many, many occasions and said that if she was down to denounce the IDF's horrible actions, people would flock to her and love her, and they would not hold her accountable for anything that she did when she was in the IDF. But okay. That's it? That was the best you can come up with?
Wake up.
It's not a nightmare. I mean, it is shocking.
What a nightmare.
It's real. Why is he like so full of himself? Where he's like, wake up, dude. This is your nightmare. Like, dude, you're not that guy. You're not that guy anymore.
The comedy understander here to tell us what's comedy and what's not.
Clearly.
Dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
This dumb bitch. Well, oh yeah, because she was calling rape victims liars. That's why I called her a dumb bitch.
Nope. You were saying that someone was raped continually over 50 days and they weren't.
Do you remember that part, Ian, or you don't care about that?
Ethan, wake up.
Oh my God. Frogan, what a nightmare. Talk about a jump scare. This man willingly got in a room with Frogan to make a video about how I can't.
Me when I definitely don't hate hijabi women and I'm not bigoted. He got in a room willingly with the terror. I mean, the turban wear. I mean, the Frogan.
Bro, I can't.
Me when I'm definitely not racist.
This is like, am I dreaming?
See? They told you to wake up.
I think I do need to wake up. This is surreal. Idubs was literally like co-signed Frogan, the girl who said, I hope fucking veterans get PTSD.
Wake up.
The girl who put on a fucking racial tier list. He's co-signing.
Nope. Wasn't a racial tier list. It was a Habibi pass.
The world
still
really
lying.
has lost its mind.
I can't believe we finally have gone full circle from, oh no, Sam Cedar, what a nightmare, to, oh no, Frogan, what a nightmare.
Really has, man. It's crazy.
Wake up,
Ethan. Once again, I barely even talked about you. I don't even know the fuck. I've seen clips of him, but I don't know who this guy is. I know he's Sean DeBlack. I know that's his name, but.
Why did you pretend to not know and then name him perfectly? Why did you say that and do that? That was as dumb as.
I get the feeling it's one of these situations like with the Millhouse guy. God, why is he being so creepy? Look how he's creeping around like he's like, caught you, Zionist.
Wake up. Wake up.
Is that the joke?
Snooze anyone? Just wake up.
I love the sins anyone.
Snooze anyone? You can tell like he's got no jokes. His jokes is just like walking around sillily. That's
sillily. Guys, the joke understander is here. Silence.
Sometimes that hits.
I know. Sometimes it hits. It's not a one time. It's not a one trick.
It shouldn't be a one trick. It's a tool in the toolbox.
Your Honor?
Silly walks for sure.
He was being a silly Billy.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
This really is his
This is like
nightmare.
the most unintimidating group of idiots you could ever assemble. Like, this is like so
And
funny.
yet you watched it and said, this is my nightmare, which is exactly what the goal was.
Holy shit. And by the way, if they think this is going to stop
I'm glad that he paused it on us doing the L dance, though. That's dope.
coming, which is what I think is so funny. They think like it's not, okay? Everything that I said's coming is coming. This is actually pretty entertaining. I'm not even fucking tripping. This is kind of fun to watch.
Complimenting.
It might take me 2 episodes to get through this anyway.
We were late on the dock today, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of vibes. Well, it's funny, we were talking yesterday, we're like, well, if he does drop a content nuke, that'd be a good title and thumbnail. But I was like, you guys are insane. It's so stupid. Obviously, it's not about me.
I seem to recall saying, yeah, I think it's probably not, but I wouldn't say it's a 0% chance. You said,
Yeah, Mr. Zero.
no,
I thought it was 0. I thought it was
0%.
No, I thought it was so insane because I was like, we had like one.
I don't disagree that it's insane for him to do it, but also, I don't know.
Well, clearly I was wrong. I thought it was 0. That's how confident I was. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, there you go.
They're doing the L fucking Fortnite dance. Are we still doing that?
Scared?
You actually talked to all these. This man brought Frogan, Denims, and Shonda Black to do the Fortnite L dance. Bro thinks it's still like 2000 or whatever, or 2020 when this was funny. Was it ever funny? I don't know.
Content yet, chat.
Does this feel like a second intro?
And then
that is a god tier intro.
It is a pretty good intro. It
here
is
he's
really
doubling
good.
down on the song. How can he do that? How can he talk to a Jewish man and trivialize what people are saying makes them feel like it's a racial, anti-Semitic trope? And here he is co-signing it. He can't even be like, I understand what you're saying, but I disagree. No, he's co-signing it. He's saying that this is not anti-Semitic and you're crazy for thinking a racial.
I can't believe the guy married to a Lebanese woman would be more interested in the people that are trying to talk about the genocide instead of the Ramallah raider.
Fucking tier list was inappropriate.
Co-signing like it's a loan.
Someone says, I can't believe Hassan agreed to this. That's the least surprising thing about this. Now, to me, I'm totally not surprised at all that any of these people are in it. What just surprised me is that iDubbbz is stooped to this level here. Okay, it's going on a bit now. We get it.
Well, again, there was already an intro to the video.
Yeah, how many? I'm woken up. You gave me plenty of time.
We're 3.5 minutes in.
Come on, I'm up. He's up. It's not Easter yet.
It's not quite Easter, but he's up.
It'll go faster if you're not pausing every 2 seconds, dog.
This is fun. Can I get a sody? Let's get some.
What do you want?
Food.
Choose your weapon. What do you want?
I'm into the Diet Dr. Pepper lately.
The Dr. Pepper?
Diet Dr. Pepper.
That 0 sugar root beer.
It's so good.
Really hitting lately.
That's my favorite.
Kind of nailed it.
That one does not have caffeine in it.
Right.
Which is why I'm sometimes I go for the Diet Dr. Pep.
Right.
This is crazy.
Boring. Go back to watching it.
This is nuts. This is bananas, actually. Is this him promoting Creator Clash?
I don't know. I don't really see how it directly relates to that.
It kind of looks like a Bukele camp inmate.
On his channel.
You're not wrong.
My understanding, he doesn't plug in. There's no plug in the description there. So.
Oh, what does he do?
I checked out.
I won't have to.
It's okay.
Hey, whatever.
A genocidal maniac and said West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
Yeah, reacting to content couple.
Oh boy. We ain't doing that.
The thing is, I genuinely think that if anything.
I have some good news.
Yeah.
Potentially good news. Deidre Megadoodoo said psychology in Seattle / Kirk stood his ground. He's at the end of the video. Love him.
Fucking legend. He knows. He can't take it back. Perfect apology is a perfect apology. You can't unperfect them.
Wait, is this real? Hold on. Because this is funny. So Ian's loser ass flew to see Kirk to try and get Ethan's A+ apology grade changed. Actually insane move.
Which, by the way,
is that actually what happened in the video?
It sounds like something he did.
Sounds like a funny concept.
It sounds like a joke.
Is Lena still going to do Creator Clash?
I just don't know what this
as far as I know, but I'm sure he'll try. I'm sure Ethan Klein will try and coerce her into not doing it.
Or is joking, or if that actually is a joke in the video or not.
You know what's funny? I genuinely think that Sam Hyde broke Ian. And when he told me, he was like, he came. And he
was such a bizarre chapter.
He says, I'm doing a documentary on Sam Hyde. I told him, and Anissa was here. I said, that's a huge mistake. Do not do it. You guys, I don't know who, I said, do not do it. Like, trust me. Because Sam's the type of guy who's going to get the best of you, really, no matter what. And it turns out he did. And he's even crazier than Ian anticipated.
Right.
He absolutely, I think it just broke him. And I mean,
we're just stalling now? We're not going to watch the video? That's it?
No. Okay.
That's epic.
Epic on, dude.
Okay, he took enough of a break. His blood sugar's back up. His blood pressure's back down. Okay.
Oh, it's a 2. It's pretty cool. That's epic. You sure it's not gold?
Or gold, sorry, it's a gold tooth.
You have a gold tooth?
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. I already said it on stream, so I can't hide.
By the way, all 3 of these people, as far as I understand it, are like straight up Hassan waiting room streamers. That like, they're in the room. They're in the room finally. Y'all made it, y'all. Woo!
This doesn't even make sense because Frogan's a nighttime streamer. She streams after Hassan. It literally doesn't make any sense. Also, Hassan's live right now and I'm still streaming. It doesn't make sense. They just use this because it's what the Destiny fans gave them. And unfortunately, their audience has been so filled with Destiny fans that they have no choice but to sort of accept them into their bosom. But just know, anytime you hear that, you know who it's coming from.
Cards to his mom who's cooking chicken from right now, cleaning his house. Well, hold on, before we move on, I saw the pic of them all in there, and I was like, oh my god. But let's rejigger the title thumbnail.
Oh, also, we've had an ad.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we're way over. I apologize. It's been a little distracting here.
Yeah, totally. It's my fault. All right, let me thank our wonderful sponsors. This might be.
You might need one.
Yeah, you
might need this today.
That was better than ever, guys.
I'm gonna grab one right now.
Head on over to mood.com, guys. Like, you know, for people who are maybe stressed out about this, I have some recommendations.
Oh my fucking god. Boring. Hello. What does this fucking ad read for weed?
Such a huge fan of MOO.
All right, we're getting back to the video. I'll let you know when they...
Not whistling for anyone to harass this totally sane and stand-up guy. But imagine going on Twitter to see Wake Up Ethan in the trending.
People can... By God. Sorry. Hila's in the studio. She's in the studio, everyone.
Right now at night. And content cop about politics.
I'm pretty happy about it. That's what
It's just like, it's so cringe. It doesn't work. You're so cringe right now, dude. Like, take a look at yourself.
You're so cringe right now.
What content cop used to be, it's like, that doesn't go today with politics. That's just ridiculous.
You look great, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I think Dan is looking great.
Yeah, Dan looks
But you
fantastic.
do, Ethan.
Thank you.
It's okay. I listen. I accept that, you know.
Oh, thank you.
When Hassan says in the beginning of the video that you're hotter than him inside and outside, I was like, damn right.
#1 wife guy, Ethan Klein.
You felt that, huh?
I felt that.
But like, isn't that so cringe? Like, bro,
It's so
he's going for
cringe.
like the I'm hot.
He's
like,
not reading the frat boy allegations.
You're doing the I'm hotter than you.
That's like what they're opening with.
That's another thing.
That's why I'm saying content cop about politics, and then this is the level. They're like dancing and doing thick, and this is about Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been a bunch of silly.
We haven't actually gone. We haven't the video.
I mean,
It's about you guys.
Just based on who's in the video, I don't need to like. I already get why are they there? What do those people talk about, and what do they criticize us for? It's Israel-Palestine. So
yeah, no.
a content cop about that.
It has to.
Can we think of a different angle of what it could be about?
Go ahead.
Yeah, what's in common with Frogan, Denham's?
Yeah,
they all
athlete. Noah Samson.
Trying to think what else Ethan has gone.
Noah Samson's kind of a one-trick pony. Is he going to defend Noah Samson's sleeping with people and not without a condom and not telling him he has other sexual partners?
I don't.
That is not woke, bro.
Maybe it's about like being a privileged white person in America and criticizing politics in the Middle East. I don't know, because that's in common, I guess.
The part that whenever I keep thinking about this one thing is that like you look at people like iDubbbz now.
Oh
and Noah
no, the sniffing is back. Oh, he's so stressed.
Samson. And,
No.
and even Hassan, who's lived a life of luxury and been in the United States.
Socialism of barbers defend themselves.
And when he was in Turkey, his family was extraordinarily rich and powerful. These people, they never had to make a difficult choice. They were never confronted with like any uncomfortable.
Oh God, it's back! It's back in full-fledged.
Uncomfortable decisions about what their life is. Like when you're born in Israel, you have a lot of fucking crazy shit happening all the time. And it's a difficult, morally thing to navigate.
Mm-hmm.
And like these people, they act so fucking righteous and high and mighty and pure. Like we know what's the right answer. And why can't you just decide to say the right answer? It's like they don't have to deal with the complexities of being born there. We're like, don't you think it would be so much easier if we were just like, yeah, no, fuck Israel forever? Like, do you know how much better and easier my life would be if I was just like, yeah, Israel's genocide, we need to disband its borders, and yeah, the people, whatever.
The ultimate point, they're coming after me, a person who did live Israel.
Wasn't he born in the U.S.? I don't.
That's your ideal. You guys want people to leave Israel, right? I'm not there. Go after somebody else. What do you guys want from me?
We should move to Israel to spite them.
Yeah, let's go back.
To be born in Israel.
We can actually be.
And I'm gonna have a bunch of kids. I'm gonna move back to Israel and have 10 kids.
Israelis are mad they can't be both.
Stop.
Right, Hila?
Stop. Criminal Pink.
She didn't hear that part.
You did not hear that part. And I heard it suggested that maybe this video is about your Notebook take.
Oh.
What if these people are all unified by their love for the 2004 film
Yeah,
The
it
Notebook,
must be.
starring Ryan Gosling and who's the girl? I forget.
Dude, Dan is trying so hard to get him to stop talking about it. He's trying so hard to get him to stop talking about it.
Adams something?
McAdams?
Rachel McAdams.
Rachel McAdams.
Show some respect,
McAdams.
down. Come on.
The good news is that Ian can sleep comfortably at night knowing that he is aligned with Bad Empanada on this one. So.
Yeah, except I don't know. Personally, I think I know him a little bit as a content creator and has like having heard him through the years and his conflicts with himself and with his own content. I know he hates content cops these days. So I think it's kind of funny.
No,
Like,
but he
dude,
seems
you are
pretty proud of himself.
You are dead desperate. Like you can really tell he needs promotion for the event because he was like.
I heard he didn't promote it in the video.
I know,
That's what
but
somebody
being
said.
online and everybody
Sure,
talking about
yeah.
you is promotion.
Don't you think that
bottom
is
line.
kind of crazy though? Shouldn't it be? This is gonna get a lot of views. He should have plugged it.
Well, but
Just from his standpoint.
But that's him. He's like too pure to plug stuff.
Right.
And
Wait,
that's,
so he's doing it so he can get attention for Creator Clash, but he's too pure, so he's not plugging Creator Clash? What is this Tenant's strategy?
that's why he doesn't plug shit, and that's why the event is like kind of like a contradiction. But
well, yeah.
You can hear the fucking cocks in her brain.
Listen, I don't know anything about that event at this point. I don't care about it.
I don't.
Somebody
I don't care.
said.
All I care about is Lena.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. People
care
just
about
support
stupid
Lena and
events.
Dude,
support
you
her.
know,
It's fucking-
Hila's
and by the
going.
way,
She's going in full crack the whip mode, as Ethan Klein likes to call it. She's like, we need to pull Lena right now. We need to pull her right now.
I think part of him choosing to do it is because he needs to be relevant.
Definitely.
And
Because
nobody can.
He's acting like
argue
he's
that.
always said the content cop is something to be like, I'm going after the content creators who aren't being called out. It's like, bro, there couldn't be a bigger dog pile on me.
But also that was like in
That's fair.
2015.
That is fair.
Like not today. Today he cringes at content cop.
Not any. No, this
Not
one.
this
He's not this. This
one.
one's proud because it's woke.
This one,
This
night
content-
dance.
No, he cringes at a lot of the old content cops he did because he felt like, one, there were a lot of instances where he was very unfair, and two, the meat of what was in the content cop was just harmful and it wasn't as good as it could have been. Specifically the Tana Mojo one, I know he like looks back on it and is like, she could have been called out on this stuff, but we just piled on her in a way that was was just unacceptable. Like, she didn't deserve that. Like, she really didn't deserve that at all. And like, that was our fault. It's not that he thinks that you're not allowed to talk about these things. It's not that he thinks that you can't criticize content creators. I mean, Jay Aubrey's a great example. That guy's woke as shit, dude. There isn't a more woke guy. And he basically does content cop, right? Like, it's that he looks back and says like, oh man, some of these content cops I went too far. I really went too far on these, and I made these people's lives hell, and they didn't do enough to deserve this. That was his like gripe about Content Cop.
If you actually want to make woke content about politics, how are you going to do it in Content Cop format? That is so cringe, dude.
Huh?
Well, it's working.
I never thought I would need to like pause because it's so cringy to watch.
Sorry, again, Jay Aubrey literally
exists. I made it
exists.
through 3 minutes of this thing, so.
We're just getting through the intro sketches.
Yeah. I still want to put out there, and you said it too on the phone, Hila, that it might not be wise to react to this without at least getting a better sense of it so that you can be calm and collect your thoughts.
So you can pre-watch
Ethan was kind of
it.
open to that too. However, we did already get like 4 minutes into it, so
I'm into it. I'm enjoying
the station at this point.
I'm enjoying it. I honestly, at this rate, I doubt we'll even finish it.
I want to catch up to the live stream.
So we'll just finish it on Friday. We got content for
Keep the button close. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, you too. That one too.
That's true. Okay, maybe I'll just silently. But
no, I don't feel heated anymore. I'm like fine.
No, you do seem relatively calm, but I don't know what's in this video, and so if something sets you off,
whatever he has to say is not going to be something I haven't already heard. You know what I mean?
Well,
but like this,
he does go after your apology rating.
That
could make you snap. That could make you go postal.
By the way, this is what's fucking I don't think I have anything accountable, but I'm going to look at the criticism and respond to it. This is what this looks like. Hassan still will not watch the content. And by the way, when he watches clips of it, he needs someone else to hold his hand and prepare the responses for him to agree with. I don't need that. I'm confident in myself.
That's a little weak of Hassan to not be willing to take it head on. However, I can understand, again, just it's so personal with this being somebody who's a longtime friend of yours. I foresee you getting pretty heated, and sometimes when you get heated, you say things you regret. So
we got buttons.
I am so heated. It's definitely very emotional for me. I'll try to like shut my mouth until I really have something to say.
Just if you get heated, remember wherever it gets clipped, Dan's gonna be wearing bows in his hair. So
that's encouraging.
Yeah, well, okay for that, huh?
So cute with the bows.
Well, I took it off, and then the whole chat yelled at me. So.
Do you think the thumbnail? We should change the thumbnail too, I guess.
And I was starting to.
You added a new one already?
Yesterday.
Yeah,
I was starting to lose my voice yesterday, but then it came back today, so I think it's a sign.
Oh, on Discord. Sorry. We're that's pretty good. That's maybe.
Discord.
I definitely look owned in it though. That part I don't like.
Well, yeah.
Busted. Maybe the busted should be over.
You're looking owned. Yeah, no.
Maybe busted should be like in the bottom. Like,
you don't like to be busted in your forehead?
Just like, or maybe he doesn't need it at all. I feel like you're calling me ugly. You're busted.
Show them.
Ugly? No, I don't want to show them.
Kill you. Give me $200.
I don't want to show them. I'm milking this shit, bro. You better believe it.
I think it's milking it if you work busted.
Busted, bro. Stop calling me ugly, man. You know I've been through a lot.
Just let him leave the bust on your face.
Busted, dude.
Stop stalling. Oh my God. We're getting back to the video. If he's just gonna fucking sit here and stall like a fucking loser, dude. Christ. All right, back to the video. I'll let you guys know when he's done stalling.
Removed or put onto it, depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan, but are still anti-Ethan. But Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable
There's a reason the majority of the targets that Ethan picks are women, and also that they're Arab women.
Of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology. But he's gonna keep that to him.
Wait, he's back. He's back to watching it, sorry. He finally stopped stalling.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3, content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein, out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this, in 2016, I would have been...
He did a silly accent, I
mean, that is exactly right, though. Why did you do it? It's not 2016.
This is the thinnest margin I've ever seen on a poll.
It's close, yeah, it's close. But
it's literally 50-50.
Well, you all are calling me ugly, so I'm not buying it. And frankly, I find that ableist. No is inching out. Thank you to my lovely fans.
Why is he wearing a cowboy shirt?
I don't know. He just took it off. He's matching his aesthetic.
Why does the woman who makes toddlercore merch, why does she always make fun of the way other people are dressed?
Because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out...
Bro, the truth is, the moment I saw this man in a mullet, covered in fucking Chuck E. Cheese 25-cent tattoos, I got concerned for him. I was like, this bro. But when he cut his hair, I was like, okay, maybe everything's gonna be okay.
Maybe it was just a phase.
Yeah, but it's not just a phase, Mom.
out, it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
Yeah. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine.
Watch him say, I stand by that.
Speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep listening. I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story.
Are you going to... Okay, hopefully he'll give a little context to at least why we're upset about him. What? He should give context to why we were upset and what his editor said about us. Which was, what did the editor say about you? Or something that you were like...
Don't remember. I blocked stuff like that off my memory.
Yeah, I mean, as horrible as you can imagine. In fact, yeah, maybe you guys can find what the Mr. Froggy was saying about me. Just to give context.
A statement in this video? Because, like, this is just as much about her, too.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his...
Oh, yeah, it was something about Shredder. He said something, what was it? Something like, just, I don't know. You can find the screenshots. I think it's important.
Has everything, you guys. He says, Dahlia.
Yeah.
Podcast with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast.
Oh, they know who I am.
Oh, okay. We're going back that far.
We know. They know who I am. Stop. Come on.
Where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Oh, that's 100 shavers. You trans women. I say, oh no!
And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would
Can
say
I just
that
interject already? Like, his introduction of you is already pretty funny.
He acts like he doesn't know me.
Yes, you're acting like
He's not acting like he doesn't know you, you fucking shit for brains. He's giving an intro to people who don't know about you because they started watching YouTube like fucking 5 years ago. He's talking to the people who maybe don't know all the lore between you and every single person that you've ever interacted
When
with.
the girl with the dragon tattoo met Ethan, she said, "Oh, I know who you are."
The level of ego you have to be like, why are you talking about me? Like, they don't know who I am. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, you didn't make videos together
like,
that were like really big, and that you didn't come on this podcast that you're supposedly describing what it is.
That you've been on a bunch of times. Yeah.
So this guy, H3, that you may know, what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's saying, so Froggy Tonic, amongst other things, he was saying, I killed my dog by feeding him cheese. He died at 6, lifespan 13, by the way, which is funny, weird, funny detail. Then he says, so how can you question why I'm concerned about the kids? This guy was like doing the CPS thing when he can't even protect his own dogs.
Yeah.
Little homie even ingested pills left on the floor. Like, and again, I told that story that's of Guest when he was a puppy.
Yeah, the reason this was so upsetting on so many levels is like Anissa
He interjected to confirm the tweet. Why?
and we're at our house. A lot of times they saw us with our kids.
And our dogs.
And our dogs. So, you know.
So, but like, yeah, I mean, I'm like, dude, this is your editor and you're not going to say anything? Like, I mean, I spoke up for you. It just feels like pretty, it just feels
But Mom,
pretty sad.
Ethan hit me first. That's what IDUB sounds like.
Yeah, and by the way,
What is this? What is this? You guys are the ones that literally say Israel has a right to defend itself. Hello? Hello? Ethan, is anything on in there, Ethan?
it's just like one
You were
thing.
kind of asking for it, right? I feel like your mom.
I feel like pretty justified in being angry.
Dude, it's literally so crazy to get upset about Froggy Tonic saying that about your dog when you've shared so much crazy information about your dog, including the fact that like he had kidney problems and died, and that you were upset that the vet didn't tell you that you're not supposed to give them copious amounts of cheese, that your tiny little dog isn't supposed to eat copious amounts of cheese, that you've shared this story about your dog Shredder not wanting to eat his food anymore.
We're not going to feed him human food. We're going to put him in his cage. We're going to do this right. Good discipline. When I first got him, I was like, we're not going to feed him human food. We're going to put him in his cage. We're going to do this right. Good disciplined dog. It's good for everyone. Yeah. He doesn't even eat his food anymore because he's waiting for us to feed him. He hasn't eaten today because he's waiting for us to give him like food.
Steak.
Oh, see, you
it's too late.
And then the dudes from Good Mythical Morning are like, yeah. Dog, if I was able to manage to get my cat that one of my, Ormy, she's never really been interested in human food, but Mayor Cat, when I got him from the foster parents I got him from, I guess maybe one of the foster parents was, she might have given him a little bit of food. He was a fucking fiend, and I know what you're thinking, what's the difference between the dog and the cat? The difference is my cat will fucking jump 20 feet. When I got him, he would literally, I would be standing and he would try and climb me. If I was sitting, he would immediately jump on my shoulder and try and eat the food off my fork, okay? And despite that, I refused to ever let him have any people food, ever. Because once you let it start happening, it'll keep happening and keep happening and keep happening. The only thing that I've not been able to manage to get him to do is stop trying to chew on my straw. If I'm ever drinking something that has a straw in it, he literally will sit right here and go, and he wants, and the worst thing is, he doesn't want to eat the straw. He just wants to chew on it 3 times and then leave it alone. That, I haven't managed to train him to stop doing that, but he doesn't go for people food anymore. Unless it's particularly stinky chicken, like rotisserie chicken. If I leave some rotisserie chicken out, he will destroy it. He will destroy it. But again, it took a year of trying to get him to stop eating food directly off my fork that was going to my mouth. And he was very persistent. And again, unlike a dog, dogs can't, especially a small dog, it's not gonna be able to jump up on your fucking kitchen counter or your table to be able to steal your food. They just can't, they just don't have that same vertical. My cat absolutely has the vertical and really wanted to steal my fucking food. And I persisted and I stayed fucking strong. I stayed strong and made sure not to give him any people food. And now once in a while, sometimes I might boil a little bit of chicken for him. A little. Maybe once a year usually, maybe on his birthday, I give him a little bit of boiled chicken. But boiled chicken is totally safe to eat. So I know what that's like with a fucking tiny little dog and you don't have the fucking energy to stop giving them steak and cheese. And then you have the audacity to be offended that someone said to you, dude, you fucking gave your dog kidney problems. You killed your dog. Like, boo fucking who, dude? Did you try doing anything to not hurt their kidneys by giving them a bunch of food that isn't good for them? So anyways.
I do not.
Wait, guys. Wait. He's back to watching it and he's back to being insane on the show.
Oh. Can you, Rogan?
What was on the screen that made him act that way?
Right? I mean, there's a lot of H3 fans.
Yeah. I've never felt so loved in my life. I think that's fair to say. I don't know exactly, but there was 100% during it.
Go ahead, you say it, Rogan. Oh. Can you pull the one of her saying that veterans deserve PTSD? Do we have that one? Oh, boy. Yeah, we gotta get that one. And any psychotic ones of Denims too, and everyone else who was in there.
You guys know how many times Ian and Anissa told us that we inspire them?
They're responding to the content nuke by saying, hey, can we pull up some clips of these people we don't like? This'll show them. This'll show Ian. Watch as my next trick, I proceed to continue harassing these people I've been harassing.
Like so many times. It's just kind of funny. We used to be inspiring. Now I'm just an Israeli that did the idea.
You're Ethan's wife.
Just your wife.
We had so many private conversations. We hung out a lot, more than any other creator, really.
What's worse, being in the IDF or being Ethan Klein's wife?
Yeah, I feel like we stood with them. And to be honest, we stood with them at a time where it cost us to.
But it wasn't a question for us.
Of course, that's right. That wasn't a question.
Cost you what?
Obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She's serving the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand,
I like the state of Israel. That's a weird fucking. Yeah, I mean, do I like that 80% of the Jews in Israel have literally nowhere else to live, that they don't get displaced? Yes, I guess I like that. You want to boil it down to that. But you're the historian who decides who knows what, so go on.
He literally described.
Drink soy sauce. Enjoy the BO6 box. Thanks for continuing being awesome.
Total fraudulent. Thank you, Lucamoto. Amateur. Thank you guys so much.
It doesn't always mean that, which is I was, of course, always saying that from the beginning, is that not everyone who says that is like meaning that they want to annihilate Israel. But a lot of people do mean that. And it's a perfectly valid, I feel, perfectly valid reaction for someone who's Israeli to feel uncomfortable with that. Like, what is it you want to do to us? You know what I mean?
I know you guys don't care about what Israelis think or feel, but for Israelis, what Ethan said, that's what it means for Israelis. So if your movement is for peace, maybe don't say that. But he something else.
He's so fucking. He has no idea what he's talking about. He says Ethan is spreading Israeli propaganda, and then he shows me stating an opinion about a phrase. Like, how are you? What are you claiming exactly?
It's like not accurate, and it's just propaganda. They're gonna call it out.
This is your example of not accurate propaganda? God, the bar is so low. The bar could not be lower. This is the dumbest. This is actually even dumber than some of these other people he cited. Like, I think he's making Noah Samson look like a scholar at this point. Holy shit.
From the river to the sea.
And by the way, meanwhile, this clip that we're watching is a Hamas official spokesperson saying we will do October 7th again.
Literally just let the clip play, dude.
Never stop. Yeah. That's the clip we're watching.
Just let the
official
clip play.
Hamas spokesperson.
Babe?
Do you want to fucking acknowledge? He is. I cannot believe he actually had the confidence to make this video. Oh, man. Can you guys find that? I find that this video is always haunting, and the way that people have continually downplayed it, I think is interesting. This is, yeah. You guys can find that and send it in Discord.
It essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that
so is Ian gonna explain that point, or why you're wrong?
No, he says I'm doing Israeli propaganda, and you just shared me sharing an opinion about the phrase "from the river to the sea." Crazy. That's crazy.
Ethan has, adopted over the years. They're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist Oh my God, bro! You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking.
I'm talking about Israel proper. What I want to do is and you're showing headlines about Gaza. I literally say in this clip that has nothing to do with the conditions of Gaza and the conditions of the West Bank, which I consider to be like apartheid. Like it's completely based on my lived experience of 5 years living in Israel. My lived experience, bro. You are so fucking out of line. You have no idea. How do you have the confidence to make this video? Holy fuck, dude. Show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan. Israel blocks, and he shows these headlines. Israel again blocks Gaza aid. Again, I'm not talking about Gaza, which I say clearly in this clip, but go on. And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking. Israeli authorities block healthcare to Gaza. Again, I'm not. Do you think that I'm talking about walking around Gaza?
Is he dumb? Like, is he too stupid to understand why Ian is showing these headlines?
When I say how great multicultural it is, did you think that?
How Israel attacked Gaza since October 7th? Not even once. We never
When you say Israel is great and wonderful, and we're going to go visit, we're going to show our kids how wonderful and great it is, while they're actively genociding a people, you are downplaying that genocide.
What they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
Charlie, lockdown.
Big button press. What are they doing? you scream racial obscenities at AB?
And you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style.
Yeah, again, this is what I'm saying. They're acting like Israel proper, which there's 2 million Palestinians living there in Israel with full rights. People just lie about the conditions there. They say that Israel or Palestinians are second-class citizens in Israel, or that
there's Jim
Crow.
They literally are. They're not allowed to use certain roads.
Many Muslim
They're not given the same privileges that the Jewish Israelis are given. This is just accurate. Palestinians are not treated the same way that Israelis are treated in Israel.
Hospitals, Muslim doctors, it's not what people portray.
Judges, governments.
They are in the government.
But the point is not that Israel is righteous. The point is not that Israel isn't doing terrible things. And like I've always said, straight up, is that what they're doing in West Bank is apartheid, and what they're doing in Gaza is ethnic cleansing, right? So these are.
You've gone down from genocide to ethnic cleansing. Okay, all right, okay. Also, welcome, Gambit. Sorry, this clip. Kids, how wonderful and great it is. While they're actively genociding a people, you are downplaying that genocide.
What they did.
Is that not the point he's making, though?
They're terrible things. But what I do think is that people think that it's like Jim Crow inside of Israel proper.
That's South Tel Aviv, and it's super close to Yaffo. It's Tel Aviv, Yaffo. Yaffo is like more the Muslim side, even though it's both.
They're mixed, yeah. It's not like that anymore.
But we would go there a lot. So you go to restaurants where there's Arab-speaking people, and it's just, you don't even think about it twice. It's just normal.
Yeah, it's not, that's like, no, it's not weird. Like, oh, here, it's not weird. They live together, you know? In the West Bank and in Gaza, it's a completely different story, which I say. But I think it's inspiring that you see that it's possible. It is possible for Arabs and Muslims and Jews to live together in harmony, and they do in Israel proper. They do. I mean, there's probably a lot of discontent for obvious reasons.
I like it that in like this guy's brain until like he literally thinks the four nations lived in harmony until the Fire Nation attacked. Except the Fire Nation in this case is like Hamas. Like that's the world he lives in.
Awful. Yeah. I don't even have words. You know?
Don't thank you for the 5 gifts and the other 5 gifts.
We've never once defended what happened there.
You.
I mean, I've even been like,
still is happening.
I've even been like, yeah. I mean, I think I've even called it a genocide, and I can definitely understand. I definitely think it might be. You know, it depends on. I don't need to keep continually. One sec.
Denims is streaming.
Yeah, it's fine. We're just having a side comma, but it's fine. One sec.
AB is messaging. I'm sorry about trying to explain that. He's like, this is enough of your behavior. We're just up to here. I'm definitely telling Lena to get out of Creator Clash. This is so infuriating. I can't believe it. We pay you to be our friend, and here you are not being our friend.
Anyway, I'm not talking about Gaza, right? I'm talking about Tel Aviv, which is where I live, and my lived experience there.
Like mega lefties talking about it like it's some super...
My problem is he's not even really addressing, honestly, with what it is I'm saying, because he keeps showing headlines from Gaza, which has literally nothing to do with what I said.
Racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired.
By the way,
Oh, here we go to the next classic.
The AB got cut off. There was some private information that was said that we didn't want to say. That's it. There was nothing. Yeah, he's going to show the Gallant thing, which again, it's like, bro, it's so played out. We literally, can I not, like, it's weird how they don't let you, like, you say something and then you immediately be like, I was wrong. But that's not okay.
No.
It's always like you have to live with this moment where you said something right before you apologize and you're like, oh, okay, I understand I was wrong about that. But that's not good enough. They're going to parade this clip around forever. Like, it's so fucking dishonest.
A really good guy that a lot of people...
Talking about dishonesty as Ethan Klein, the guy who literally cannot stop lying about all of his enemies.
are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people.
This bro literally just like cut out some headlines and he was like, see, Ethan's wrong.
Yeah.
Like that's your fucking level of research, bro. This is the actual conversation. You're entering the Israel-Palestine conversation with that level of context.
No, Ethan. I can't tell if he's dumb or being dishonest or both in this instance. He's saying that you run interference on the genocide happening to Gazans by constantly talking about how great Israel is and how you can't wait to go and do a vacation and take your friends and family there. Well, just your family. Meanwhile, there are massive human rights violations occurring, and you're just ignoring it. And you're just this is like the equivalent of Ethan Klein himself. All of a sudden saying, yeah, I'm going to go visit China and I'm going to go visit where they genocide the, which by the way is unsubstantiated, where they genocide the Uyghur Muslims. I'm going to go do that. Yeah, because it's so wonderful and so great. And it's like, wait. You can't have both these positions. You can't both believe that there's ethnic cleansing occurring and also that you're going to go visit because it's so beautiful and gorgeous. You're playing interference to try and do both.
It's crazy.
He's
not trying to argue whether or not the ethnic cleansing is happening. He's trying to say that you agree that it's happening and you also don't care and run interference.
People every day basically to get in fights with.
Zone of interest, yeah. The garden is so nice.
Frogan and Denims and all these.
Why use that example if it isn't substantiated? Because Ethan Klein calls it a genocide. He specifically said China is genociding their Muslims. Meanwhile, there are no reports that actually show that. What the reports show is that there are human rights violations against the Muslim people, or at the very least that there have been. Which I would agree that there have been human rights violations against the Muslim people, against the Uyghur population. But I used specifically genocide because that was the word that he used to describe that.
Shits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome. Yeah, it's like they're all fucking dogpiling for the same dumb shit that you are now too. It's not like they're random people, dude. These people are saying disgusting freak shit.
This guy that's on the screen, can we show his recent tweets?
Remember when he was laughing at Israeli civilians running in fear? Are you okay with that, Ian?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that? And are you okay with that? Some apparently. Even though he looks like Milhouse, fucking dork.
Denims, by the way.
Okay, that's funny. He should include that.
Was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful fucking, and I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no.
And it's all culminated, at least.
You guys know how I feel about them. I don't need to say it.
So is Ian going to say anything? Because so far he's doing like the Philly D where it's like, well, so people on the internet are saying this.
Well, no,
and Ethan said that, and they're saying that. Let me know in the comments what you think.
He is saying, he's saying he agrees with them, but he's just showing out of context.
He's not
headlines.
really though. He's just doing like a YouTube essay.
Let's see.
My story. In Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned
bridges. I don't fucking care about any of these people. They're all a bunch of psychopaths. The dog piled on me. For what exactly? Once again, saying that I don't think that Israel should be annihilated, that I don't think that the borders should be immediately lifted, that I don't think that that would be a good solution. You know what I mean? Like. Okay.
The bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
Get some help?
Wow.
Like, who are you to, are you actually serious right now?
Wow.
He's doing the get some help thing, which, by the way, he knows because I'm friends with him about, like, my struggles with mental health and what I've been through and how I've treated it and stuff. And, like, this whole get help thing, like, holy shit, talk about fucking, like, gaslighting or crazy making. This is really pathetic stuff.
My cat's really upset because we've been live for 7.5 hours and he wants attention right now.
Is he gonna say? What are they?
I think he'll be happy if I give him my chair.
Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship.
Really?
I won't speak for Ethan, Ian, but I don't know if you're watching this. I just have a feeling that that friendship's probably over for the foreseeable future. But I appreciate your optimism, you know?
Leaving my friendship behind.
So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way.
Oh yeah, this whole thing started, didn't it? When they made some joke about how I said, isn't that the gay one? Because again, I was being silly. We talked about some court ruling.
Right, I don't even remember.
And whatever.
in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
Guys, he was just joking
I like
when he
Idol. He's a good
pretended
guy,
to
but I
not
don't
know
like this
what Roe v. Wade was.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but
yeah, I mean, I thought it was insensitive.
Sometimes you gotta just throw something out there.
Oh yeah, do a burp. You're so edgy.
He kept the burp. Yeah, he went woke, but he kept the burps.
Yeah. The left needed some burps, that's for sure.
Ethan busted, by the way, is still going on. Still at 50-50.
It's still at 50-50. I've been keeping an eye on that, and it's impressive. It's technically yes is winning, so you know, it's 50.1 or something.
It's 50-50.
This shit ain't working.
But
We've lost the advantage.
hey, nice, dude. This $30 donation from John C. This video is terrible, but can we not lose sight of the fact that even these losers didn't want to hang out with Mike from PA?
That is the best.
It jumped out to me right away. It really did.
Dude, he assembled the ensemble of like the anti-Zionist super team, right? And Mike from PA is not here. It's fucking brilliant, dude. Couch puncher. Didn't make the cut.
What if they actually invited him and he couldn't make it? Would that crush your soul?
There's no shot he wouldn't clear his calendar. Are you crazy?
I don't know.
You don't think he would show up for this?
I don't know. I feel like he doesn't get around a lot.
You think he's agoraphobic or something? Might be.
Work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic.
Here we go.
I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan.
Also, sorry, I love the idea that, like, he doesn't have real life shit that he does, that he doesn't ever travel, that he doesn't ever have anything better to do, or that he already planned ahead of time. Like, just, okay, sure. All right,
He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know?
Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty, you're old, I'm right, you're wrong obsession?
Also, like, I'm just gonna say, by the way, as an idea, maybe Ian wanted to include the people that would get you the most pissed, namely minorities and women. You consider that?
Get over is the right strategy. There's no content. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Listen to Hassan, like that's patronizing as fuck. What do you mean? What's the other stuff you said?
Like, I'm not gonna endorse it. I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just miss my old friend. What I saw is that Ethan is very much prone to anxiety and stress, and having loads of people on his head was a lot. He didn't leave room for self-questioning, instead going in instant defense. So this is him being reasonable, somewhat reasonable. The Froggy, we need like the album of just to show you how absolutely insanely unhinged this fucking psycho has been.
Yeah.
This Galia probably has the album of this guy.
God bless Giardia. She's got the album. She knows exactly how many people Hassan has slept with. She knows exactly where the photo is that Ethan Klein needs. God bless her. So thank you for the 3 gift subs. Asma, thank you so much for the Prime. Ginger, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you guys. Thank you. Ted Gay, thank you for the tier 1.
Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year.
So I really want to show those tweets from that Froggy Tonic guy.
What is his name again? I'm
Froggy Tonic.
I genuinely cannot keep track of all of it.
There's a lot of froggies involved.
There's too many frogs in this story.
Froggy Tonic.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Why are there so many
Froggy Fresh?
Yeah.
And then Funky Frog Bait is Lena's opponent.
I mean, here, I just
typed Frogan. There's just like frogs everywhere involved in this story.
I mean, I just typed Froggy Tonic Twitter, and it's saying, Ethan did not leave, oh, shut up, you impudent bitch. I've got 3 kids. How you gonna accuse me of being impudent? That's factually the worst. I've got 3 kids, bro. And I got 9 male eggs lined up. I'm the king of shooting loads. You're browsing it chronically. You screenshot so many of our tweets. I'm gonna get them off Reddit, obviously, and you download folders. Might as well be his Hassan tweet archive.
He has male legs. He done what? What?
Ethan has holes in his brain. He said, hold on. I'm dumbfounded. Where was it? That's so weird. When I went to.
Which one are you looking for, particular?
I'll take any of them. I know there's a whole album of them out there, of this guy's unhinged takes.
Twitter's a rat hole.
Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the...
Hila Klein, how do you think you are morally above us when you're just judging people based on where they're from? Okay, first of all, Yoav Galant is not a good guy. Palestinians don't learn to hate Jews at 2 years old, and you know all of that, you C-word. Don't recall you. Again, the Galant thing is so stupid.
C-word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with...
Just learned 2 years before Ethan's dog's death, some of the H3 fans voiced concern for this chronic vomiting. He's talking about kidney failure, got shunned by fans. Ethan declined the advice, stayed course, kept giving him cheese. Now his dog's dead. And of course, the point of this was saying that he understands why people are worried about my kids, that they think my kids are in danger. Clearly missing some context there.
With cheddar
So this was after CPS was called, probably, right?
I don't remember. I think it was leading up to it, actually, which makes it not any better.
No, this is after.
This is after.
Oh, this is after. Well, that makes it just unhinged
This
as
is
fuck.
more of like, here's why we're concerned, you guys.
Bro, you're missing some serious context.
Yeah.
If it's going to be like, I got CPS to my house, and your friend is saying that's
Here's
justified.
why. Yeah.
And you're saying, oh, it was mean-spirited? Is that
Yoav Galant is the gay one, right? Chatter stuff.
really what we're going to do?
And he's also saying he pretty much agreed with some of his tweets, just not all of them. Because in one of them he calls me the C word. That was too far for
Yeah,
me.
no, I don't care if he calls you a
I
fucking...
couldn't even care less. Call me the C word every day.
What I don't like is when
Really?
people call her like a Zionist baby-killing genocider.
Yeah, or when they're trying to justify why they called CPS to our house.
That's
Kind of
probably
like
as bad as it gets.
A trillion times worse than calling me the C word?
Yeah, I think that's as bad as it gets, is justifying why it was okay to call CPS on us. So.
And a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan.
Oh, that was very kind of you to just, yada yada, all the crazy shit. See, this would be where the benefit of preparing would be good, because I know that. But I can still put that together.
Yeah, we can still do that.
I remember it was just incredibly unhinged, disgusting shit. By the way, just to go back to a point I was making.
The only joke that they have, by the way, is just playing the Frogan bass over and 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 over again.
iDubbbz accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda by saying that.
Are you okay, Chatter? Are you okay? Why did you watch this content, Nuke, but not Hassan's? Ethan Klein literally threatened to sue me for copyright infringement because I watched it. Did you not get the recent propaganda memo?
That from the river to the sea is uncomfortable for Israelis, and explaining why. This is the clip we were watching at the time. Israel is a country that don't. Hold on, let me read this caption for you. Israel is a country that has no place on our land. We must remove that country because it constitutes a security, military, and political catastrophe. To the Arab and Islamic nation, it must be finished. We are not ashamed to say this with full force. We must teach Israel a lesson. We must do it again and again. The Al-Aqsa flood is just the first, and there will be a second, a third, a fourth. The Al-Aqsa flood is what they call the October 7th attack.
That's right.
Because we have the determination, the resolve, and the capabilities to fight. Will we have a price to pay? Yes, and we are ready to pay it. By the way, that price being all the fucking civilians that are dying there. They knew the price, and they were, again, as he says, okay with it. I mean, it was part of their war plan. We are called a nation.
Notice how Ethan Klein has to keep playing videos from terrorists to distract from the fact that he has said insane shit. There's not a single person that has looked at this video and been like, yeah, I agree with everything. That person doesn't exist. That exists in your mind, Ethan Klein. That exists in your fucking mind. You're playing a video that nobody agrees with to distract from the shit that you've actually said.
Martyrs, and we are proud to sacrifice martyrs. I mean, listen to this guy. He's saying he wants to fight. This is an official spokesperson. We did not want to harm civilians, but there were complications on the ground. He's saying, and there was a party in the area with civilian populations. He's going, dude, what did you expect? Our fighters came across a party with a bunch of young kids dancing, and they had to rape and murder them. It was a complication.
I mean, that's just a lie.
Again, like I just said, exactly what I just said. You're playing clips from terrorists that already nobody is supporting or claiming to agree with to deflect from the fact that you have been harassing random creators for the past year.
It was a large area of 40 kilometers. The occupation must end in the Gaza Strip. No, I'm talking about all Palestinian lands. Once again, that's funny because it's exactly related to what what he accuses me of spreading Israeli propaganda about. My point is when Israelis hear from the ocean to the sea, they hear all of
the
Israel.
Ocean to the sea.
And guess what? That's what the guy from Hamas is saying on the screen of the clip you showed.
I don't understand. If a movement is for peace between two people and one people is telling you they're not comfortable with this statement, shouldn't we change the statement to something that both people can get behind?
No.
Dude, someone needs to send the Matt Lieb clip of him bringing up the hypocrisy of saying that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and how currently from the river to the sea, it is Israel. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, please send it, because it really tears down this entire argument regarding the fact or the idea that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Because they'll say, right. Well, people will say that
Guys,
Israel's the
or does Gila's face look like a bad tattoo?
aggressor, so they shouldn't have to adjust anything.
Yeah, but that's like watered down American version of what's happening there.
The original 1977 party platform stated that between the sea and Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. The problem is that if you think from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free, if you automatically think that that's a genocidal statement or that that is an anti-Semitic statement, unfortunately, you are calling Israel a genocidal state.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is a genocidal slogan, okay? Because the river that they're talking about right here is the Jordan River. To the sea, Mediterranean Sea, I'll edit and post, Palestine will be free. What's in the middle here? Israel? No longer. Now it's Palestine. What happened to Israel? They pushed it into the sea. It's code. It's code for doing a genocide. Whatever is in the middle here, whatever country in the middle between river and sea that will be free is saying they will be free of the other. Whoever's free is just doing a genocide. That's how it is. And I can prove it because right now, from the river to the sea, Israel's free currently. And they're doing a genocide. So, I mean, it's kind of flawless logic.
It is like flawed logic to begin with. Like from the beginning to the end, it doesn't make any sense at all. If you think that that statement is genocidal by its nature, you think Israel is committing a genocide. It is fundamentally flawed logic. You got to get on Bat Hezbollah. I do. I've been meaning to reach out to Matt Lieb for forever, and I just haven't done it. What happened with AB and the button? Ethan and Hila didn't understand what was in iDubbbz's video because they're too stupid to understand. So AB tried to explain it to them. And then AB said, yeah, but isn't that what he's trying to say? And then they started speaking and then the button got pressed. And then they came back and they were like, anyways, listen, okay, man, anyways. People conflate a free Palestine with no Jews, which isn't true. Jewish people lived in Palestine before settled colonial movement was inspired by white supremacy led to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Correct. When people talk about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, what they mean is it is cruel that the Palestinians were shoved off their land, were given no recourse at all, and they are expected to never want their land back, and they're expected to be okay with the settlements, and they're expected to be okay with settlers, and they're expected to be okay with being second-class citizens, and they're expected to be okay with a bunch of walls and checkpoints set up all around their city, and they're expected to be okay with IDF members doing whatever the fuck they want. From the river to the sea suggests, hey, how about Palestinians get treated like, I don't know, people again? They get treated the same way that Israelis get treated? That they aren't expected to just have their homes taken and demolished and have no recourse? It doesn't mean no Jewish people. It means that the Palestinian people that live there are treated as fairly as the Israelis that live there. And that any settlers coming in from fucking Brooklyn should get the fuck out. If you came from Brooklyn and to do so you had to take somebody else's house, you should not be allowed on that settlement anymore.
I guess there's a ceasefire in Ukraine, or at least Vladimir Putin unilaterally declared a ceasefire. I'm not sure how that works. Can't just unilaterally decide there's a ceasefire, which is, he's just taking the piss because there's been negotiations regarding a truce or something, and Putin's just you know what? how about for 2 days for Easter? We just randomly have a ceasefire, and then on Monday we start killing each other again. How about that? I declare a ceasefire. I mean, okay, dude, that's something you generally have to agree to. Okay, let's check this out. Zelensky says Russian attacks continuing after Putin announces Easter truce. So there is a proposal for a 30-day full and unconditional ceasefire, and it is very weird. It's like, I feel like it's a distraction, right? I feel like Putin would implement this as sort of a play because he's sort of under pressure from the US now regarding a ceasefire, and I feel like he would probably implement this to be able to be like, look, I tried a ceasefire, but they kept attacking us because it's not an actual ceasefire agreement. It's one side unilaterally declaring a ceasefire, and I mean, yeah, like look at this, like, Ukraine violates ceasefire in Kherson. Russian regional leader says they never agreed to a ceasefire. You never offered them a ceasefire. You can't just unilaterally say that there's a ceasefire and then act surprised when the attacks continue. Can't believe it that I unilaterally declared a ceasefire and then the other party kept attacking. I mean, okay. It's I honestly can't believe that Putin coming up with, like, unilaterally coming up with a truce is like such huge news. The key lines from Zelensky's ceasefire response. I mean, I think the response really should have been, I mean, it's 2 fucking days. It's 2 days, and then they're just going to start killing us again, so I don't know, man. I mean, the Ukrainians are saying that Russian operations are still continuing in some places, and I'm inclined to believe them more than I would the fucking Putinites. What's even going on with Easter this year? Why is Easter on the same day as the fucking Westerners? Why is Easter on the same day? This is the true mystery. What's going on? How is this possible? Why is there a double Easter this year? This is probably like something from the Mayan calendar. 2020 apocalypse, or was it 2012 apocalypse? I forgot my apocalypse years. It's not usually, not even close. It's almost never on the same day. I certainly know. I'm an Eastern Orthodox. How dare you? How dare you deny my lived experience? This is unheard of. I feel like they did this just to make me confused. We live in a simulation that is it's like I'm in the Truman Show, and it's all about me. It's all about me. I'm the most important person in the world. All of you are just here to amuse me. That's a fact. So yeah, this is nothing, man. By the time this video goes up, I'm probably gonna upload in like 3 days. And you guys can talk in the comments about what happened, okay? My commentary today will be totally out of date. We will all know about the answers to the questions that I'm asking. And you guys can talk in the comments about how much of a dumbass I was and call me a poopy head, which I'll get very offended by because I have the ego of Ethan Klein. Why does Easter change day? I don't know, because Jesus Christ was resurrected on a different day or something? I don't fucking know, man. Don't ask religious people to make any sense.
You are directly responsible for sealing that land. Free means free of oppression and murder by Israel. It's really not that hard to understand. Exactly. But only to genocidal freaks would it sound any other way. Only if you think what Israel is doing is okay. Only if you think, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. It's not their fault Hamas exists. It's not their fault Hamas is provoking them. Listen, I think Palestinians are people, and I think that there maybe is an ethnic cleansing going on, but, you know, I just think Israel should be able to defend itself. Like,
does this mean the
we're super behind in the live show, so I want to go back.
Like, viewers right now, some of them might be new, so for those who aren't familiar with how the show works, Ethan is going to pause a lot.
Well, guys, let me be clear. This is not Twitch where I'm stealing people's content and playing it for my audience, which, by the way, I read that Hassan did a chair react to this video. He left the room and let it play. That is not what I do here. I actually believe in fair use and copyright protection and all the parameters that offers. I don't steal people's content. I transform it into my own work, which is what I'm doing now, and that's why.
But when I pause your video and play and talk over and all this other stuff, you want to try and sue me for copyright infringement. Okay.
And pausing it so
when you do it, when you pause and you talk over the video, it's fine. But when other people do it to your content in a way that you don't like, it's incorrect and it's illegal.
Taking a pause.
Unlike Jeremy.
Victorious, thank you.
Legitimately, if you want to watch it on pause, go watch on his channel.
Yeah, that's your option. And that's a great option. Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Or do both.
Permission to stream it?
No, yeah, of course you do.
Well, go watch that.
Or watch it first and then come back and see Ethan's reaction.
Yeah, but that's why what I'm doing isn't theft.
it's not meant to replace the original.
Yeah.
Right.
You know.
If you want to watch a streamer that wants to pee in the potty,
unfortunately, I wish a lot of people on Twitch would learn from that, Hassan included.
You pause
Really,
so much.
Ethan?
Yes, I know. I know, we do.
Why do you care?
Over here on the H3 show. Lady, pause kid.
Stupid, sexy deep facade.
But this is what, yeah. I mean, you guys are here to watch me watch a video. What do you mean?
maybe I'm gonna pee in my trash can.
Maybe I'm gonna go pee in my fucking trash can. I actually do need to.
I do need to pee too.
Hold on, let me finish this.
Oh my God.
Finding what survived. By the way, sorry, I'm yeah. Now that was
one word, bro.
All right, I'll work on it. I'm working on it. Maybe they have a point. Maybe they have a point. Maybe they have a point. Okay.
The best we could do.
We need to disable the. It's basically like once you play it, you can't press it for 20 seconds.
That would be
that would be good.
sick.
That'd be kind of.
If somebody can make a Chrome extension for us, a custom Chrome extension, that prevents Ethan from pausing, that'd be very helpful.
I'd be like,
finding what survived.
I love the best stuff.
This is his edit, by the way, the Hitler cat. Yeah.
Let me see that Hitler cat.
Yeah.
From the original VOD, but this is the best we could do in finding what survived.
I love the best stuff.
Pause it.
Are you?
Stop.
I got you.
I want to free. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
I'm losing brain cells. I'm sorry. When he's back to watching the actual video, someone said it was getting worse on the show. Oh God.
2014 Tumblr. Ah, they're really big.
Wow.
Ethan, we love you. Been a fan since 2015. The ancient times. H3 Productions not going anywhere. You guys are goated. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. That's the thing. Again, like I'm so grateful because our audience is very left-leaning. But we're not like fucking communists, okay? But there's still a ton of people who are willing to stick around and listen to what I actually have to say and understand that I'm not coming from a place of like confusion or malice or misinformation, that I'm like, I have legitimate grievances that iDubbbz, by the way, is trivializing right now. He's contributing to it.
To be sending you things that are entertaining for your show.
Genuine grievances, like people on the internet being really mean to me. My White Claw. Welcome.
That don't fucking trigger the hell out of you.
That is
Why is there so
my
much work
entire
being
existence, brother.
That would be horrible. Looking for something to upset himself.
Spend all day looking for something funny so that we don't have to talk about this.
Well, ironically, for the past week or two, it's been pretty chill. Pretty chill.
Yeah. We had a chill episode today. We had,
I came into work, I thought we were gonna have a ton of fun. I thought we were gonna have fun.
We were gonna talk about Lord of the Rings. You know, we're gonna watch the first half of the first movie. So,
I still like Love's.
AB watched some of Wicked too. We were gonna hear about that.
We literally opened up with the Gatsby.
Right?
I know.
Those are classic feelings.
What a way to ruin the fun.
And now I'm responding, and the narrative is that I'm obsessed. It's like, you break, dude. I loved your parallel universe where the content cop was on kickboxing.
Yeah, that was my cope.
I thought that was a great idea. I was like, that makes sense. He could promote his event.
Yeah, right.
He could talk about other people that are doing it wrong.
That would have been good.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, I'm going to solve the Israel-Palestine conflict on iDubbbz TV.
Oh, somebody in the chat said that.
Nothing about it, too.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Mine is what's important because it's about Domino's. But Domino's has stuffed crust now.
Do they?
Yeah, and I tried it the other day.
Do we have?
I gotta say,
man, this is low-key kind of pathetic. Like even like for you, man. Like this is really pathetic. It's so, oh man.
It's good.
Is that what?
No, but Friday maybe.
Bring it up, bro.
Love is chained to the sinking ship. Miss Noops, thank you for the gift of on music, bimbo baggins.
Hair before a spine. Holy shit, wilted flower, wilted flower, wilted flower.
Do not say bamboo hair before spine. Stop. 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 I will say this is the stream that will get you the best bang for your buck with regard to TTS. Because there's a good chance Ethan Klein will see it and get really pissed off about it and then play it on his show and it'll just get played like 20 more times than it was supposed to.
Oh, I was just reminded.
Give me a minute here, guys.
What kind of people? Oh, this
everybody.
Is like
right
not
here.
major change.
There's the cam. There's your camera right there. Wow. Think about. Yeah.
What a guy.
Thank you so much.
What a guy.
That's so kind of you.
AB check.
That's so kind of you.
So nice to have a dad here. Take care of it.
What?
The name of the pizza place?
Oh, it's a random spot?
Yeah.
You don't want to call it out?
No.
Why, you didn't like it? Did they screw you?
We ain't doing that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. We ain't doing that.
We ain't doing that.
Anyway.
Okay.
Maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be...
My employees feel the need? What are you even talking
You're so far from...
Why are you making shit up, bro?
Horrible. They shouldn't be doing that.
They shouldn't be...
Sending you things that upset you.
They literally don't.
Well, some people do that.
Yeah. I'm just making it clear that I do not. I go out of my way not to. I feel like you got enough things pissing you off all the time. I like to send things that make you laugh.
This isn't one of them.
Right.
This is a solo journey. This is on the Ethan Klein channel. Your point makes no sense. I did this on my personal channel.
Right.
I didn't include the crew at all.
When Ethan does these,
I literally have never seen that video.
Danny, I didn't even know.
I didn't even watch that one.
Thanks,
I wasn't
by the way.
joking earlier. I usually watch them. Earlier I said I don't watch the Ethan Klein videos. It's not totally true, but that one I've never seen.
No, apparently.
you don't have to.
Yeah, apparently.
Side project.
They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions?
Bro, are you trying to defend yourself by saying he's small and therefore we shouldn't have to tell him to fuck off? His tweets were...
he's trying to call you a crazy person for constantly spending your time on Instagram and on your show highlighting tweets that have no likes at all. That's what he's doing. He's trying to call you a crazy person.
Getting a ton of traction on our subreddit, like thousands of likes.
Yeah, if you want to come for people, it's our fans that post it to the subreddit that try and piss you off. But I don't even... No hate to our fans, you know. No disrespect, but...
They're not trying to piss us off.
Yeah, with the pausing is worse than...
I mean, listen, if something is happening in the world, we should know about it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and,
right.
Can't just live
in this
under
case,
a rock and assume that nothing is happening.
I have literally no idea who this person is. And I did not seek it out and send it to Ethan to piss him off. I did anybody else here.
I mean, hello, bro. It's literally a screenshot of the subreddit, you stupid fuck.
Right.
You're so dumb. It's a screenshot of the subreddit. What?
Linking him to me and posting on the Reddit when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this.
What? Are we fucking
Wait, maybe hold on, maybe he's cooking here.
Okay.
Icarus drowned. Who is Icarus?
I don't know whatever Mossad agent he thinks this is, but like, if it has thousands of upvotes, I'm not fucking caring about who posted it. Clearly people find it interesting.
In the first place. If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped.
This doesn't absolve you of being a shitty friend, dude.
There's things that are totally wrong. He's like, why are you showing this? Why are you showing this? And then when it's explained why he's showing it, it's like, well, you know, you're a bad friend. Did you think about that? You're a bad friend, and I hate you. And I just like don't understand why you're doing this. Why does nobody care? No Olivia, no AB, something happened. Someone go check that clip, see if AB is left with a questioning life right now. Face. Denim's L dancing needs to be an emote. It does, actually. Wormy, don't sneeze in my direction. Ew.
It doesn't matter who this person is or why they're posting. Apparently they're a Destiny fan, which is the most incriminating thing.
Right. I don't know why my mind didn't go there. I thought it was going to be something.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
His point is actually that, dude, if you see a post on Reddit with thousands of upvotes, you have an obligation to do a deep dive on the person who posted it before you talk about it.
Well, to be fair, I do usually do that when I'm like, see a post that I think is kind of sussy.
Dude, you're going to get buttoned if you keep disagreeing with me.
Right.
You know, I look at the account and see where they're like posting or whatever.
Well,
but
and what I was going to say is that he's showing a comment from Snark.
Right.
He said that iDubbbz is on H3 Snark. Let that sink in.
Sick.
And he cares to care so much about our crew members.
Points this out is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit.
Bro, you are actually on H3 Snark. That is so embarrassing.
That he made a video on you and went to H3 Snark while making the video because he had to research it. He's on your subreddit, that subreddit, multiple other subreddits. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Also, the point that he's making is not that this person happened to cross-post anywhere else. The point that he's making is this specific user is someone who spent a long time probably egging on Destiny to make him do things that made him crash out, probably egging him on to make him do things that burn bridges. And now that he's lost that because a lot of people don't want to be associated with the sex pest anymore, he's moved on to doing it to you, Ethan, which is exactly what people warned you about in the first place. Can you believe this iDubbbz guy doing research for his video? What a fucking loser, dude. What a loser.
So apparently the most reputable place that's never lied.
He claims to care so much about my crew members. Did Ethan Klein just deploy his human shield? Stop. No, they're his Renta friends. They are not his human shield. They're his Renta friends.
Is his source for this is a comment on Snark?
A top 1% commenter.
My mind is bending.
Power user.
So embarrassing.
Listen to the person listen to the person who obsessively hate watches you, Ethan. Come on.
Okay, I don't know if this is real, but there is a super chat from somebody named Icarus saying, "I'm Icarus drowned. I'm literally just a liberal and a Jew." Okay.
Busted. We found out he's Jewish. Well, I think
they're more concerned about lifelong Destiny fan because this is like the.
But
this is where. It all ties back.
If that was true, show the evidence of that, not one comment on
maybe
Snark. Holy shit.
Unpause.
And again, not that it even fucking matters, but go on.
Out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is what.
That's it.
Do you know that that's it?
He's moved on. One comment on Snark.
Okay. Right. No.
Has proven that Destiny fans are hijacking my brain to be offended by anti-Semitism.
Within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going.
Wait, what?
You of all people should find that funny. You can't be serious, bro. You can't be serious right now.
Holy
fuck.
I mean, I think if it was happening to Ethan Klein, I think he would consider it defamation. Can you imagine if someone like me or Noah Samson or Bad Empanada or Hassan called Ethan Klein a pedophile? Can you imagine the shit that he would be throwing? The shit he'd be stirring?
Holy fuck, bro.
Ethan and Hila are doing.
By the way, I call Hassan a terrorist supporter because he literally is. Like, he literally is a terrorist supporter. Provably.
Just got 5 gifted from Mudahar, by the way.
Oh, what's up, player?
Ordinary gamer.
I saw he made a comment. I missed it.
I put in the chat.
Mega Awesome Nerd, one of our mods, says, Snark literally said I was a liar for saying I saw racist shit on them, even though I found a thread in 2 seconds where the top comment is like, Avery is Ethan's token black.
There you go. Stop seeking out stuff that will annoy you.
This man made a content cop where his primary evidence is one comment on Snark. Wow.
Same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile. That guy's.
Is it not given any more context? Is he just like popping?
No, that's it.
So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and.
That's it. That's it. That's the own.
Oh my God, what is this edit? The video is so bad.
That's the own, guys. So far, his evidence is me saying, I think the River to Sea is offensive and explaining why, or explaining why Israelis are uncomfortable with it. I think I was even more delicate with the way I said it. One comment from Snark. Is that it? Was there something else?
You scrolled a Twitter thread that had a bunch of Hitlers, which again, even after you I didn't really understand your explanation.
And dude, stop.
I don't really get the point that he was trying to make.
Him. No, me neither.
I think like I said, I think he's saying is you seeking it out, but it's it's your fault for seeing that. Is
That's what he's saying.
From what I understand,
It's such a weird point
And
that I guess
also
it's
for
just
sending
like
your
not getting
employees
through
to
to
send
me.
you stuff like that, which we don't, and you guys don't. So he's wrong and wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's saying. I don't see any other way to interpret it.
Respond to the 2 podcasts.
Dude, I'm fucking dying right now. I'm gonna be honest, I think my life force is being drained by like how brutalized I'm getting. Please. They just keep pausing it every 2 seconds to say, that joke wasn't funny. I don't get it. That joke wasn't funny. I don't get it. I don't get what was so funny about that joke. I don't get it.
Streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Check.
Yep.
Looks like that dart hit a bullseye. Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and IDub's feed. My good, do you not see why that would upset me? Is that a mystery, my friend? Good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck?
Well, you actually just described that you do see his tweets, and some you agree, and a couple you disagree.
Right, he actually.
C word. So
That's a good point, Hila.
I think I explained that she was
she was interacting with
Froggy interacted with it at some point. But
Yeah.
Hila's point is even better. He literally just said that he's seen these tweets.
Yeah, he just said so himself. So.
And that he even agreed with some of them, but he didn't like them to not stir the pot or whatever. So, so it is.
He said he
it is your
agreed with
feed.
most of his
That sounds like it's your feed.
It is, yeah. Well, so the reason what I saw was Anissa.
Listen, I get pausing so that you can provide context, or pausing so that you can add content, pausing to make it transformative. First of all, I really don't think iDubbbz is gonna fucking copyright strike you for under pausing, okay? Second, if he's gonna play a clip, just let him explain why he's putting it in there. Oh my God.
Interacting with Denims in chat, talking about how I was wrong and yada yada. And I'm like, well, that's fucked up considering. And by the way, let's not address what it is that was said about me, right? Clearly, that's not as bad as me calling.
Why don't you have your fat tits out today? This is the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. You think my tits are fat? Really? I don't know. I feel like they're just average. You really think they're fat? Aw. Thanks, man. That's really sweet. Yeah, here's is better for you. I want mommy. I want Milky. That one PragerU video, I'm sure you guys have seen it. I haven't understood this iDubbbz video at all because I can only watch it in fucking 2 consecutive seconds.
You spineless, right?
Call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I
do.
You literally showed it.
Because you said it.
You literally just told us a minute ago.
You're on video.
I know what's on your feed. And I mean, clearly, right? Based on this video alone.
Use the For You tab. For all you know,
This is your own? You don't know what's on my feed? Let's not address the fact that my friend called Hila a genocide murdering baby killer.
Wait, your friend did?
His friend.
Oh, his friend. Okay.
Sorry, really quickly, we have to address something. Okay, sorry. Does she talk? So it is all about her boobs. Girl, listen, I'll just say this. I know you're a woman because there's no cis man that would put a drawing that they made and then write Queen Wasabi. So I know you're a woman, okay? And I can tell you're one of H3's fans, obviously, right? I just want you to know, man, like, the group of people that you're with are not pretty pro women, okay? Like, listen, you don't have to like me. I really honestly don't care. I really only care about what my friends think of me, and that's it. The people that you're aligning with, the people that are in the in-group with you, this is what they say. I came here for 2 things, and they're both covered up. Like, you can find a better place, girly. You can find a space that isn't as misogynistic. I promise you, okay? You can do better than that. Girl, come on. Like, be an ally at least to yourself, dude. You don't have to, again, you don't have to watch me. There's plenty of female creators that are amazing. There are plenty of male creators that are amazing. Just like have more respect for yourself, please. All right.
Let's not address that. Let's address this by saying, you don't know what's on my feed. Are we really okay? We're really taking this on.
I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment.
Okay. That's how you want to describe being a virulently fucking anti-Semitic and hateful as a weird...
He didn't say anything anti-Semitic. What is this accusation against Froggy Tonic? He said you killed your dog. How is that anti-Semitic? How is it anti-Semitic to say that you killed your dog by feeding it cheese?
Weird moment.
Yeah, Denim, his dog was Jewish.
He made no mention that CPS was called on our children and that guy was
celebrating it. Justifying it. Is that a weird moment? No.
It's anti-Semitic that he CPS? Which is it? I don't understand.
I mean, what are we doing, guys?
Just like I'm not gonna throw Ethan Klein away.
Oh, you're really gonna hit me with that face?
I'm telling you guys, the meanest thing I said to him that really hurt his feepies was me making fun of his posture. That one really stung him.
You gonna hit me with that?
Busted, the busted percent is climbing, dude.
Okay.
Bust Nation is winning.
You know what? I take it.
Say he's not gonna throw Ethan Klein away, and he's making a content cop.
Yeah, while he's doing it.
We're up to 53% Bust Nation.
Yeah, because he's saying he wasn't gonna throw you away immediately because he saw you saying stupid shit. It took you literally being a terrible friend, saying the friendship was over, saying he was spineless, for him to finally step in. Hey man, like I don't launch failure. Thank you for the gift sub, Joel. Thank you for the 2 gift subs. Sorry, 3 gift subs, Whoppy. Thank you so much for the prime. I don't understand what universe you're like, this friendship is over. It's done. This friendship's over. You're a spineless coward. And then also be surprised that someone was like, okay, well, if you say so.
Just want to say thank you all for your support. I think we can easily get that up to 60% by the end of the episode.
Get a snack.
Is Ethan busted? Yes or no? Get your vote to.
I am not. No. I am not busted.
First, nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone.
Put something in the microwave.
Away because they're having a parasocial